24K. Big facts only. On your bitch ass. Cry me a river so I can float the boat. I don't need a bridge, I need an open coast. But lose when I dock, I let the focus go. We made it here, ain't no need to rope a dope. Hater had to fight those years. Tears and all them lonely roads, it's over now. Smiles the only faces that we stuck with. Living like a god, cause God said it give me comfort. Talking to the squad about building up our living structures to change the way the masses view the classes they all stuck in. Give courage to the families in the struggle. We was once them, above them, never. Better because them. Understand black elite forever. Gon' plug in. Absent to make it, concentrating on our funding. I'm sure that the end is always better than beginning. One step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon and we gon' run it to the ending. Yeah, the end is always better than beginning. One step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon and we gon' run it to the ending.
I just sure that never fall off. For this bag I can't call off. Tell me who to trust, cause it's demons on my call off. I just wanna live in abundance and be well off. Now chess pieces off of my board, cause they might tell off. Strategic moves smell like success when I'm breezing through. We mapping moves, thinking about Jay, wish he was breathing too. Them oppositions along the road was always needed too. I had to look myself in the mirror. I've been defeated too, to see the vision, and I got clarity now. I was lost, but God, he hearing me now. Orchestrating all our steps, you hear that symphony sound. It's all specific, the mission, pray for my enemies now. The demons out, but all my angels around.
Always better than beginning.
And I'm
one
sure
step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon and we gon' run it to the ending. Yeah, the end is always better than beginning. One step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon.
They made me read book. I could read a book so quick. Like I could read 1,000 books in the fucking week.
You could do that?
Yeah, because I was like trained to read.
Damn, and because of that they put you in special ed?
Well, in special ed they train you. It's
rhyme so dope, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? Eat $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah, God's children. Give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God or Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English potted on our homes. Tribal families turned on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we nothing's turned to somethings. Reincarnation of ancients, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. Say you wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. You stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master, who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God is never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let they slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patented accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even tell half the shit. Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit. I'm just getting started. Y'all niggas rap about I'm busting guns and all this weird shit. I'm trying to get my people back, nigga.
Greetings, greetings, greetings. Salute. Oh, hold on. Whoa, slow down, big fella. Hey, shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. Y'all already know the vibes. If y'all can hear me loud and clear, go ahead and drop a fire emoji. That's going to let me know, and it indicates that you guys can hear me loud and clear. Salute to the real ones in the building, man. It's your fly player, brother, Aboriginal power, man. Bigfoot stomping down for all my Black Americans, Indigenous Americans, and all the true searchers and researchers tuning in from around this plane of existence. Y'all already know the vibes, man. This channel is not monetized, man. We do not get paid 1 red cent from YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Believe it or not. But we are going to be back into that margin probably by the end of July. So make sure you guys support the channel. Support the movement and supports the channel that supports the movement. All right, so we're gonna get right into some of this live action that we do got lined up for the family. A lot of these immigrants and these tethers are very, very upset. People from Ghana, the Haitians, the Jamaicans, a lot of these tethers are very, very upset at the fact that we have endured and we're very overstanding of our lineage. They are lineage haters. They hate the fact that we have realized and understand that we are the indigenous peoples of the Americas. They like to try to blanket us as some lost, not well formed, kind of like a generic version of a African, but in fact, we're not African at all. We have no African admixtures. Most of your peoples cannot find any African ancestry through oral and genealogy, not from some damn dumbass spit tube test that they call DNA. We're not talking about that bullshit. Okay? So, yeah, man, salute to the real ones in the building, man. Let's get right into some of this heat that we got lined up for the family. And if y'all ready to rock the house, go ahead and drop a fire emoji in the chat. And also, family, y'all go ahead and support the channel real quick. Let me go ahead and drop that cash app in the chat. It's already in there. So let's get right into it. Let's
For the stats, I be beating the odds. Then the blood, it be making me calm. Ride the turbines just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm a bomb.
Because it doesn't quite hit the same way. And not to say that they're not good actors, but we see.
I understand, and I also want to ask a question for you. Do you think people think you are hateful for this Black American?
So now people think we're hateful because we're delineating, because we're specifying and being ultra specific about who we are and who people ain't and comparative to us. So now when everyone else delineates, when everyone else specifies who they are based off of their culture and where they're from, it's not divisive. It's not a hate. It's not a hatred thing. But when we do it, it's ultimately hatred. It's ultimately divisive. You understand what I'm saying? It's because these people have made a long-lasting career and effort of eating off of our culture. The eating off of our culture has become one of the most blanketed terms. It has become one of the most loosely accepted things. And now a lot of these immigrants and these tethers feel entitled to eat off of us. And when we remove the plate and tell them, look, tethers, there's no more eating off of our plate. You got to pay up. Oh, nigga, you been divisive, nigga. You hitting on us. Why you so to hitty? You want to let us eat off the plate like we've been eating for years off of your plate? No, nigga, you're not eating off of our plate, sucker.
How you ride so hard about Black Americans?
Do I think they think I'm hateful?
Yes.
Oh, and here's the thing. I don't give a damn. That's the thing. I don't care because they can't say I'm a liar. I'm not lying about anything when I talk about lineage. All I do is talk about our lineage. That's not hate. Why does it have to be hate when we talk about our lineage?
So why don't you ever like have your actual face? Like why is it just a profile picture? Why is
Okay,
it
slow
not?
down. Slow down. Now, because now the questions are all over the place, and now that's a bad faith question. Now, where's your lineage from, ma'am? Because now you get into a bad faith question. Because you don't have your camera on, man. Why don't you have your camera on?
Because I don't want my camera on. I'm from Barbados and also Jamaica.
Okay. Now you're getting into bad faith questions. Now, what issue? You sound like you have an issue. Let's because I don't like all that bad faith stuff. Y'all need to come up the middle and say what the issue you have is. What is your issue you have with us delineating?
I don't have an issue with delineation.
You do,
I
ma'am.
have an
You do.
issue with people thinking that we hate Black Americans. I don't hate Black Americans. I think you all are the reason why we are able to be Black around the world.
Who said y'all hate Black Americans?
I mean, it seems like that's your whole shtick, right?
No, that's projection. Y'all must know in y'all heart that y'all need Black Americans. And now that we're pulling the back away from you guys, you're starting to feel the pressure. See, that was a projection. Oh, you guys feel like we need y'all? No, you feel like y'all need us, which is why you tether onto us, which is why you're mad that we're being specific about who we are. As a matter of fact, almost 90 to 98% of all African Americans / Black Americans are in fact the Aboriginal indigenous peoples of this land. All that we all have African genetics and we all come from Africa is a bunch of flim-flam from systematic racism in the scientific communities and the borders that they have set up called in-group biasness or confirmation biasness. We're challenging the narrative because we know that our own meticulous records, right, archaeological records and genealogical records directly goes against the mainstream narrative. I wish we had some Aborigines or some FBAs in the building listening to me because they'll know exactly what I'm talking about. They'll be dropping fire emojis in the chat. Let's continue though.
When have I said that? I've never said that.
Okay. Well, what is your whole thing?
What do you mean my whole thing? I don't have a thing.
What are you
man.
trying to do? What is your whole? How are you trying to bring Black people together?
We're more together over here than ever in the United States. We're so on code with each other, it's ridiculous. We've not been
Then
together.
why did Trump win? Then why did Trump win in the United States?
Because we wanted Trump to win. We didn't want no damn mammy possibly sounding like you with perspectives like you being our freaking leader of our country. We don't want a Black tether. Well, let me just say this. We don't want a tether to be speaking on behalf of Americans. And we definitely don't need no vindictive, vitriol-driven, jealousy-having, hateful perspective tethers speaking on behalf of Black Americans or Aboriginal indigenous Americans in this case. See, we're here to set up perimeters, and delineation sets up perimeter. Like, look, this yard is specifically for the people who lives here. This is their shit. See, we didn't have no fence up around our property so people could come and go as they will, and we didn't have no defense, no parameters. We didn't have no parameters outlining our lineage, so a lot of people were able to come over here and attach themselves to our lineage, to our inventions, to our innovations, and they also attach themselves to our accomplishments, family. They also attach themselves to our accomplishments, and so this is why we call out tethers. And I think it's very peculiar that a lot of these immigrants and tethers are very upset, mad and upset that Black Americans are in fact the true indigenous peoples of this land that we call North America. Okay?
Because a lot of people voted for him. What does that have to do with us being together?
Do you think he rigged the election?
No, he won fair and square.
Okay.
What does that
Well,
have to? What does that have to do with us, though? I don't get it. I don't get the correlation.
I just don't understand why you consistently have these diaspora wars. We're all black and we're all going to be treated.
Diaspora war.
Notice that she says diaspora wars. Notice that she says diaspora wars because we're delineating. So now we're going to war with these immigrants because we're delineating. See, this is the stuff that we cannot allow these immigrants to push these fake narratives. So now we're not going to war with anyone. We're simply stating our lineage and taking that stance and being very, very uplifting to our ancestors. We're very respecting and honoring our lineage. That's all we're doing. We're not going to war with no one. Nobody's going to Africa attacking Africans on behalf of our lineage because you're not who we are. No, we even embrace a lot of other melanated people, but it's the tether class that we have an issue with. Everyone else can have their own stuff. Everyone else can have their own stuff but us. Everyone. So why is it that when we start getting our stuff, why is it becoming an issue? We have to ask ourselves that, family. Shout out to the real ones in the building, man. Y'all already know the vibes, man. It's your brother Aboriginal Power. We do appreciate the love and support and everybody clicking in. We just now getting started. We're a little bit over 15 minutes in this live stream, so we do appreciate that. But if I can get y'all to do one or two good big favors, which is sharing that live stream, hitting that like button. That's the two big favors I need the family to immediately do. Appreciate that if y'all already did it. And also, family, support the channel, man. Support this channel, man. This channel been doing this shit for a long time. We're going to continue to do it the most consistent, the most accurate. This is what we do over here. We're going to step and defend our people no matter what. Because when it's a whole list and nations of people coming to this country that directly goes against us, it got to be a group of people that protects us. And I'm one of those. Shout out to the Tether Task Force. Shout out to the general of the Tether Task Force in the building. And we do appreciate that. Also, family, Cash App information is pinned at the bottom of the live stream. Let's get a few people to support the channel. But let's get right back into some more of this heat. And if you already supported the channel, we do appreciate it. I haven't even checked the Cash Apps, but if you have supported, we do appreciate it. All right, so let's get right back into some more of this heat, man. Also, while we got 40-something people in here listening to us right now on YouTube, let's get a few people to drop your cities, drop your state. We're going to do a quick roll call to everybody that's in the building. We're going to shout the family out, shout your city, shout your state out, and go ahead and drop them roll call. Let's see where the family tuning in from today.
You consistently have these diaspora wars. We're all black and we're all going to be treated
Diaspora war.
the same. I just
war.
came back from Japan. I spent 3 weeks in Japan, and you don't.
Diaspora war. Slow down. Slow down, dear. Slow down. I have to mute you because you keep talking. Don't do that. Don't do that, sweetie, because you say something and then you just keep changing the subject. Don't do that. I'll answer what you need to answer, but I don't like that bad faith thing that y'all do.
All right.
You're jumping all over the place because you're frustrated. Now why are you frustrated? Why does this delineation harm you so much? Why do you think it's hurting you?
Right, that's a good question. Why is delineation hurting immigrants and Tethers so much? Let me shout out to some of the family that shouted me out and is dropping their city and state in the building, man. Shout out to first off Gable, man, Nashville, Tennessee in the building. What up, man? It's a Tennessee thing. You already know, player. Shout out to Poison Puppet, man, Boston, Massachusetts in the building, man. American King Kong, St. Louis in the building. House of Nathan, St. Louis in the building. Khalil Finch, my brother. Jackson, Mississippi in the building. My big sister, Chickahominy Roots, Virginia, by way of Virginia in Atlanta. She's in Atlanta by way of Virginia. Shout out to my sister. Y'all already know the Vizobs. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. Drop your city, drop your state. Shout out to the brother Dak Hosen in the building, one of the originals from the chat, man. We always appreciate your love and energy in the chat. So let's keep this thing going, family. Let's go.
All right.
You're jumping all over the place Because you're frustrated. Now why are you frustrated? Why does this delineation harm you so much? Why do you think it's hurting you?
I don't think it's hurting me. I think it's just that we all need to um, bind together.
We do?
Yes.
How come you're not saying that in Africa? How come there's so many tribes over there in Africa?
I'm not from Africa. I'm from the Caribbean.
Okay, I understand.
I'm not a
Girl, you are the tether of a feather that flocks together. Just because you're not a continental African doesn't mean that you're not with the Africans that come from the continent. You are both tethers of a feather that obviously flocks together. If y'all come here, y'all are together with a plan to deprive, take, and disrupt Negro institutions, to put a blockage in the economic flow in Negro communities. Y'all come here to speak on behalf of Black Americans so you guys can benefit off of it, not so we can benefit off of it. So you guys are the real devils and the haters. Let's address you guys. Why do immigrants and tethers hate on Black Americans / Aboriginal Indigenous Americans so much? That's my question. Why do you tethers hate?
How come you're not saying that in Africa? How come there's so many tribes over there in Africa?
I'm not from Africa. I'm from the Caribbean.
Okay, I understand.
I'm not a bush meat eater,
Right.
like you say.
Right. But yeah, ma'am, Africa, they're not together there. They got a gazillion tribes over there. And in Barbados, y'all not in Barbados. Y'all get the hell up out of Barbados. The first thing smoking. Right? How long you been over there in the UK?
I've been here for about 25 years.
Right, and you're never going back to Barbados. Y'all
Right, ain't never going back. I'm from Jamaica. You came over there with the Windrush era, and your family fled from the islands from getting beat by the Europeans, the Britain and the Londons and the English, and you run your ass right over there to England. You run y'all monkey asses right over there to England, been over there for almost 30 years. You're probably only 40 years old, and you're never going back. You've been over there since you was in high school, ma'am. You're never going back. And this is the thing about these tethers. Once they leave, they really don't plan on coming back. And I'm going to tell you this. Most people that leave in America, like if we leave our state, it's possible that we might come back. We might not. We ain't got to. We got family, culture, and a system that is unanimously blended all around, no matter what state we go to. And it ain't far. We go from New York to whatever, Tennessee to North Carolina to Philly, whatever. It's the same shit. Same people, same culture, same shit. See, these people are doing some shit. And by the way, when we go to these places, 9 times out of 10, we got a family member, a relative, a friend, a cousin, or associate in these particular areas. These immigrants are packing their little suitcases, putting on their flip-flops, and they're going 6,000 miles away from their homeland where they have no family, where the culture is not the same. You understand what I'm saying? So they are on their last straw. This is all else fails after this. This is the last straw. Like if this don't work, take me to the upper room type shit. You understand what I'm saying? So when they leave their country, they coming over here with life or death situations. They're going to do any and everything to stay. No one comes to a place and just willing to backtrack back home after you left your homeland to come 6,000 miles away. Just put that in rational perspective. If somebody leaves in their homeland and goes 6,000 miles away, 9 times out of 10, them motherfuckers ain't coming back. I got a homeboy, right? Shout out to Jonathan Smith and shout out to his father, Big John. Them some good brothers. I grew up with them. Now, John, after high school, went to the Navy. He did 18 years, I think 17 years in the Navy, retired as a veteran, but never came back to America. He came back, got his clothes, birth certificates, shit like that, and hightailed it the hell back to Japan. That's over 6,000 miles away. That's why I'm making that reference. The point of what I'm saying is His ass didn't never come back, and he was never planning on coming back. When someone moves 6,000 miles away, you're not planning on coming back. I'm just being real with you. You're not planning on coming back. You might send some money over there for some rice. You know what I'm saying? You might donate some old clothes and shit. Them niggas not coming back, man. Only way they gonna come back to their homeland unless we force them to leave.
In Barbados,
even then, they're gonna find a new country to go to and to leech and to tether off of those people. This is just what Africans do. This is what tethers do. I ain't even gonna put that on Africans. That's what tethers do.
y'all get the hell up out of Barbados, the first thing smoking. Right? How long you been over there in the UK?
I've been here for about 25 years.
Right, and you're never going back to Barbados. Y'all escape and never go back.
I go back about every 6 months to visit my mom.
I don't believe that. I believe you got a white man up there in Britain, and you are chilling.
I hate white men. No, I have an Arab.
Oh, same thing. Okay, just a white
nigga with some curry powder on him. That's all an Arab is. A white dude with a little curry powder on him. You know what I mean? A hillbilly with a head wrap. You understand me? A honky on a camel. You understand me? It ain't a cracker eating hummus. It's the same thing, man. An Arab, a Chinese, a motherfucker white man, it's all the same. Listen, man, we almost 30 minutes in this live stream. We do got a goal of trying to get 10 people to support each and every live stream. So far, we haven't had nobody support the channel. So let's at least get at least 3 people to start this thing off with a bang. Somebody set the tone and get the family in the motion. Let's go, family. And also, if you're in the building, share this live stream. I see we got some of the family in the building. Shout out to Soulfully Sowing Seeds. Shout out to Soulfully Sowing Seeds in the building. We got Leonard the Judah. We got my big brother. You already know, man. Shout out to Mr. Aboriginal Smith. I seen you last night in smoke chat. I start to get on your ass, but I let you slide last night. I seen you, nigga. Don't think cuz ain't seen you. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know I seen you, cuz. Shout out to Crazy 27 in the building. Shout out to Crazy 27 in the building. Let's keep it going, though.
And you are chilling.
I hate white men. No, I have an Arab.
Oh, same thing. Same thing. Okay. Just a white man with a little more must. All right. So that's all that is. It's a white man with some baklava. That's it.
And I also dated what do you call it? Somebody from Turkey and also from Albania.
Yeah.
A white man. Nigga, if you see a nigga from Turkey, that's a white man. He come from Albania, a white man. You understand what I'm saying? Facts.
From Turkey and also from Albania.
Yeah, white men. These are white men, ma'am. It's all white men. You can try to make them sound exotic. These are all white men, ma'am. It's just different levels.
I dated a nigga from Turkey. It's an Albanian nigga. That's a thick mustache wearing ass white man.
They're just different levels of must. That's it. I was in Turkey not too long ago. Those are whitey men. Yes, indeed.
Oh yeah.
Yes, indeed.
You know what? Let me tell you something, Tariq. I really love what you're doing for.
Hey, shout out to everybody in the building, man. Grand Rising. Y'all come in and say it back, man. Don't be rude when y'all come in. Grand Rising, brothers and sisters. Shout out to the family in the building. Don't be rude, niggas.
I really enjoy and love what you're doing, and for you sticking up for the Black American community, because you know, with these diaspora wars, the Black Americans are the ones that have made inroads, and they're the reason why we can sit on here and talk shit.
Right. That's
right. We're the reason that y'all can even talk shit in your homeland. The reason Black people that's non-American even get respect around the world is because of us. I don't know if y'all know that or not. I don't think y'all realize how big and bad you really is based off of our lineage work, the work that our lineage have put in around the world, family. The reason Asians respect you in Asia, people in Turkey respect black people in Turkey, is because black Americans, once they know that you're a black American, or if they even suspect that you're a black American, the respect level difference when they know that you're a Nigerian visiting or a nigga from Ghana visiting a country. They treat them a little different. You understand what I'm saying? And throughout the years with the cultural blending, that's why it's a lot of effort for a lot of these black tethers to try to mimic us, to try to act like us, to try to cloak as us, because as if they cloak as us, they can move around freely almost with the respect of don't fuck with them because they will kick ass. That's the respect that we put in around the world. That's the work that we put in around the world. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely true. Real talk. Yes, ma'am. All right, but thank you so much, beloved. I appreciate it.
Yes. So
Yes, indeed. Listen, let me tell y'all foreigners something. For the Black American, foundational Black Americans, all 49 million of us, I ride heavy. Family, I ride heavy. I have a policy. I do not let any Black American get disrespected at all. The ancestors gave me a mission, family. That's why y'all want to know why I rock so hard? The ancestors gave me a mission. I just got tired of seeing our lineage be constantly disrespected. And nobody standing up for us. That's the thing. We would just get disrespected.
And a lot of the information was compartmentalized. I know when I first came into this shit, I didn't really hear a lot of disrespect. Somebody said after this about play the video saying, I think motherfuckers been listening to us in high places more than what we think. Yeah, all right, I'm gonna play the clip, brother. I sure will. You feel what I'm saying? I'll get ready to pull it up in a second. Hey, y'all share this live stream
all the time. And with us, we try to have this solidarity mindset. I guess a lot of us didn't want to break the illusion of global Black solidarity and all of that. So we were like, oh, okay, we'll just hold our head down and take it. I don't know why so many of us was doing that shit. I don't know why. We just sat there eating all of these insults and the disrespect, and it just went on and on and on. I'm like, you know what? Fuck that. I just said enough is enough. Yeah, hey, man, enough is enough. You know what the boiling point for me around the whole Black Lives Matter movement, around that movement, that's when Obama was in office. So a lot of the tethers were very emboldened. We were just getting massively disrespected by these people. We had to go out here, try to fight for justice for all of these brothers who were getting unalived, and tethers be out there twerking and doing weird shit and then changing the energy like Black immigrant lives matter too. And then they would scam all this money, people raising money for justice for our unalived people. And then these tethers would come finessing, and dude, it got way too damn disrespectful for me. It got way too disrespectful. And then what really chapped my ass, the Botham Johns family, when we're fighting for justice, because we're fighting for justice for everybody. If you Black, we fighting for justice. And when I saw Botham John, what they did, that family, Botham John, he got unalived down there in Texas. His family's career.
I remember that story with Botham John down there in Texas, where he was having a relationship with a police officer, and the police officer came into his house, shot him, and then act like it was, and then I forget how the situation go. I think the police officer was dealing with him, invited him to her house, shot him, and said that he broke in her house. It was a crazy situation. She ended up getting convicted of that whole situation. But what was crazy is because we were stomping for both. I'm like, now that's fucked up. Get that nigga some justice. You feel me? You need to get righteous, and fuck that. Obviously, you need to get locked up. You feel me? And the whole time, the little nigga is a Haitian, and the family over there talking about it's okay. We forgive her, and they hugging and kissing all on the lady who just smoked their son. We was like, oh hell no, these Tethers different. These Tethers different. This lady just smoked your son and lied about it and tried to frame it, and y'all hugging and kissing all over her, talking about we forgive you. Oh yeah, that's when we knew things was a little different. We can't rock with these niggas. And from there, we started saying it flat out. We not African. We ain't got nothing to do with Africa. And, you know, a lot of that movement came around about that. A lot of shit came out around about that. So that was a disrespectful shit that was threw up in our face. Somebody said that was how the story. Somebody said that was not how the story went. Well, tell me how it went then, Tasco. I forget, but I thought that she was an officer, and they was fucking around. She was at the apartment complex that they stayed at, and it's something like that. It was something similar to that. I guarantee that's how it went down. I guarantee it. I could probably pull this shit up. That's exactly how it went. Tasco be thinking she knowing some shit. Sit your old ass down. You don't know nothing. You done forgot. But maybe I'm wrong, though. I could be wrong. I'll be wrong sometimes.
And they did two things that was it for me. Because we were stomping on that Amber Geiger. We were riding heavy on her family, man. We were riding to get charges on her.
Name, Amber Geiger. Y'all remember that situation? Y'all remember that? Y'all got to remember that shit, man. Y'all got to. Y'all got to remember that shit. I forget how that shit went, though. But I'm pretty sure I can pull that shit up in the drop of a dime, though. I'm pretty sure I can pull that shit up. Tasco, tell us, nigga, nah, don't be laughing. Hell. How it go, nigga?
And, man, when they were up in court hugging on that woman.
They sure was. Now, dude, that's true.
When that happened, they were in court hugging on her. I started calling their lawyers and telling them, hey, man, y'all, this bullshit ain't gonna work. Man, we out here risking our lives. We getting visited by the damn FBI bothering us.
Like I said, some of my details could be blood. I don't know if he was killed in his home or her home. Was she over there fucking or was he over her house? It was some situation where they was lovers. Is what I figured out throughout the whole ordeal doing my research on. And but yeah, man, that shit was wild, man. I ain't gonna lie. They was cooning it out. They were cooning it out. You feel me? Once you get into the court ruling, I think they got that shit on video. You can go and look at the verdict. The family just start hugging and kissing all on her and shit. Oh, we sorry. The queen. Yeah, they got that shit in court. The family was like, we forgive her. These damn immigrants don't act like us, man. They don't act like us.
We riding on all these people, and then y'all don't understand how much that pissed me off. They up there in court hugging on this chick, and we banging on these damn prosecutors and police chiefs, and they hugging. And not only that, and she finally got convicted. Then after all of that, family, remember, we were riding. We were out here bailing people out and getting people's charges dropped, and we're out here stomping. Even for Botham Jean's family, we were trying to make sure that the family got justice and that woman went to jail. Botham Jean's family got a whole bunch of donations and then opened up a scholarship fund for Caribbeans. Some of y'all might not remember that. Well, when they opened up a Caribbean,
the Caribbean only. No Black Americans can get none of that. You understand me? That's what we seen. You understand me? Shout out to the homie Mr. Aboriginal Smith with the Cash App donation. Sent in a Cash App donation. Everybody show Mr. Aboriginal Smith some love, y'all. Shout out to Andre Woodfork. Shout out to Andre Woodfork for the Cash App donation. We appreciate the love and support, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to the homie. We appreciate the love and support. We appreciate the love and support. If y'all in the building rocking out, share this live stream, man. We got 70 people in here. We almost getting close to that hour marker, and we're trying to get 100 people in here before we hit an hour. So I need each and everybody to share this live stream real quick. Real quick, family, while we got a few seconds, go ahead and share this live stream on whatever one of your social media outlets. Don't forget the hashtag Aboriginal Power. So they hit that hashtag, it takes them right to our content. All right. So yeah, go ahead and share this real quick so we can get 100 people in here before we hit an hour. We got 19 minutes before that time. I know we can get it. Let's get it.
Caribbean Scholarship Fund. I said, that's what we doing? Really? Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Right there. I said, okay, it's going to be a whole new game plan out here now. It's going to be a whole new game plan. And then again, we start just putting two and two together, and I just saw just the disrespect, and everybody eats off our culture. And then all of these people would go out of their way to differentiate and delineate from us. I start noticing on these award shows, everybody's acting like us. And the minute they get an award, all of a sudden they start shouting out Trinidad and shout out to the Dominican and shout out to Haiti and shout out to Nigeria. Well, okay.
Right. They ain't not once did they say, man, shout out to the Black Americans whose culture we use and for allowing us to come over here and embracing us with game and stuff. You know, they don't say that. They shout out their own immigrants. Shout out to all the immigrants. Shout out to Trinidad, Jamaica, Africa. Shout out to Barbados. Shout out to Asia, Afghanistan. And immigrants built this country. Good night. What? That's the type of disrespectful shit that these Tethers do. And they expect for us to just be like, hold on. Okay, that's cool. We ain't gonna hate on y'all. Do y'all thing, but we about to cut y'all off. Y'all not us. You ain't about to just attach yourself to our culture. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, they donated that shit and got it right back in taxes, like Khalil Fenton said. And like I said, these people are a damn shame, man. These people are low down. They're willing to do the most low down shit to you. Think about it, family. Somebody come 3,000 miles away from an island, or a nigga come 6,000 miles away from another continent to your place. They're going to do whatever they got to make sure they eat. That's even if it's step on your neck.
These people go out of their way to distance themselves from us. They delineated. Let's get something straight. Don't let them hit you with that we all black. They delineated first. They were delineating first.
And they even do it in their own homeland. Nigerians delineate from Nigerians. Nigerians delineate from Congolese. Congolese delineate from Somalians. Somalians delineate from Ethiopians. Ethiopians are delineated from the South Africans. The South Africans delineate from the Egyptians. The Egyptians are delineating from the Liberians. The Liberians are delineating from the Moroccans. So it's nothing but a divisive, if that's what they're using delineation as. Their entire country is set up on divisiveness and tribal conflict. And they embrace it as if that's their thing.
Whenever they start winning, they start getting arrogant. Like, yeah, look at us, all of our degrees and all our awards. Y'all, Black Americans, ain't got no culture. We got a Kenyan president, and I mean, they got real arrogant with the disrespect. They start throwing their flags in our faces, start dictating to us what we need to do. Y'all better vote for immigration. Y'all can't let these Republicans win. Get your ass out here and vote. Y'all don't understand the massive levels of disrespect coming from these folks. And then they would come over and start blogs, Shade Room,
Shade Room, World Star, you name it. You name it.
Nigerian, Bossip, Nigerian, Madame Noir, Nigerian,
Bossip, yeah.
World Star, Haitian, Media Takeout, Uganda, and just put out negative propaganda about us. Yeah, they took our kindness for a weakness. They would put out all this negative propaganda about us. And let me tell you something, when we did the Hidden Colors series, I want y'all to notice something. All of those Tether publications.
Zeus TV is one of them new show programs. Yep, Zeus TV.
They never really supported it. They never promoted Hidden Colors like that. Do y'all understand that? Hidden Colors was the biggest thing on the planet. Those Tether publications didn't promote it like that. I want y'all to go back. They didn't promote it. Not only did they not promote it, many of them would try to denigrate it. The Root would denigrate the Hidden Colors series. Some of that Hotep, they would denigrate it. They wouldn't promote it. So we started to see how shisty these people were. Mm-hmm. They love promoting ratchetness. We promote something positive coming that
they promote straight ratchetness, and now they try to use Black Americans and the economic deprivables that we have to exploit our people with, like the brother Khalil Finch just brought up in the chat. Zeus TV or Zeus Network is the program where you watch this show called Baddies, and it's a bunch of ghetto, hood chicks, Black Americans, majority, and they get them in the house and they just fight. They just gang banging and fighting. And this has become one of the biggest watch shows on Zeus Network, but it's the exploitation of Black Americans done by another foreigner, by foreigners. You see what I'm saying?
Engineered as foundational Black Americans, and we're showing love to everybody. They were denigrating it. You understand? And then the Tethers would be bootlegging the damn movie. The disrespect got too heavy. Then they get on TV denigrating us. We start seeing all of these people align with the white supremacists talking about, what about black on black crime? Let me give y'all some names y'all probably forgot. Cats like Coleon Noir. This was one of these Tethers.
Never heard of him. Never heard of him before. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Shout out to the real ones in the building, man. This your fly player, brother, Aboriginal Power. If you're new to the channel, man, you already know the vibes. Drop a fire emoji and let me know what's going on. I already told y'all, man, we going up like gas prices. Tap in or get tapped out, man. All the real ones, go ahead and drop them fire emojis, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. We do appreciate the love and respect. All my Aboriginals, all my FBA brothers, and all the true searchers and researchers that's tapping in. Y'all already know, man. Shout out to everybody, man. Power to the motherfucking people, man. And yeah, man, let's get right into it, man. I do need y'all to share this around, though. Like I said, we got 10 minutes to try to get 100 people in here. We almost there. All we need is like a few more. All we need is like 29 more people to tap into this live stream. We got 10 minutes to get 29 more people. We got 70 people in here. I know we can get it. I know y'all got some motion on y'all social medias. Tap in. Share the live stream. Let's get to it, though.
Degrading us. We start seeing all of these people align with the white supremacists talking about, what about black on black crime? Let me give y'all some names y'all probably forgot. Cats like Coleon Noir. This was one of these tethers who a lot of folks didn't know he was a tether. He would try to pass himself off as being from Texas because he lived in Texas. But he was one of these Second Amendment dudes, and he would always make excuses for white people unaliving black folks. Well, I'm black, and I say that black people need to stop fighting and learn how to comply. And I was one of the first people like, wait a minute.
Yeah, when you start hearing that type of talk and that type of language in the conversation amongst the Negro, you know what I mean? You already know that he got some foreign background, some tethered lineage is what I'm gonna call it.
Black folks.
You feel
well,
me?
I'm black, and I say that black people need to stop fighting and learn how to comply. And I was one of the first people like, wait a minute, this dude, he's Nigerian. Hold on. We start putting two and two together. All of these people would start lining themselves up with these white supremacists to denigrate us. What's that one dude who he unalive? He passed away because of AIDS or something. HIV. What's that guy? What was his name? A little short Caribbean, Puerto Rican dude from New York who would always denigrate black people. What's that dude? He ended up passing away from the package. He was like Haitian or something, right? Kingface, right? Yeah, him. So we were going up against these dudes. We had to battle these guys all the time, constantly disrespecting us. Candace Owens, who's Caribbean. We had to deal with her, denigrate.
Kamala Harris. Kamala the Mammy Harris. Undermining. You understand what I'm saying? What's the nigga? Byron Donaldson. Tether. Undermining us. Straight up undermining us. Did you hear what the white people said about him? They went in on that nigga Byron Donaldson. Even they starting to call that nigga a tether. Listen to what they said.
Primary until now. But secondarily, to actually go out and try to gaslight us and think that you're just one of those guys that has been here, since the early 1800s and your family was in the struggle too. You're not. And that's a very interesting term that the foundational Black Americans use. It's called tether. They're tethering these tethers like Byron Donalds. They come here literally one generation in, and they try to just sit around and act so folksy that we're all part of the same struggle and we're all down on and we need to fight against. No, you just got here, dude.
You just got here, dude. See, it's over with for these tethers. Once the Europeans start understanding our gripe and they're listening to the grassroots conversation, it's over with. Once now they're understanding, like, well, I don't know what you Negroes is saying down there talking about these tethers. Listen, white man, these other black motherfuckers that ain't from around here ain't us. Those are tethers. The ones that come here new and act like they been here and for the struggle and went through all these oppressions, they're full of shit. They're not our people. So now you got the political settings of white America listening to the grassroots of the Aboriginal / Black Americans. Okay? See, and what that does is, while also delineating, what that does is take away the leverage and the value that a lot of these black immigrants try to have. They only have leverage and value when they're connected with us. Delineation separates that connection. Now we got a term to classify these people who not us, tethering. Now the European can realize that, and they're realizing that, and like, damn, they have no value. They were only as good as they was when they would get close to you niggas and speak on behalf of you niggas when we want them to. Now we can't get y'all to do that. You blew your cover, almost type thing. You see what I'm saying? They blew their cover. And they go into a lot more spiel about tethers in that conversation, by the way. But let's continue.
Us all the time. All these people going out of their way to denigrate us. And I said, wait a minute, there's a common denominator with these people. Jamila Lemieux and all these people, these fake feminists, quote unquote feminists, who would denigrate us. The common denominator, all of these people are from immigrant backgrounds. We start putting two and two together. We're like,
right. You go look at people that was on social media, even in the conscious community, that were talking primarily down on Black American men and primarily Black American women, were people like Tommy Sotomayor, right? Who has immigrant and tether background as well. You know what I'm saying? We got people like Sarnetta, who's going against Black Americans and talk down on Black Americans. There's so many of them out there. Roland Martin. There go another one. I mean, there's so many of them that get into these positions, wiggling and buck dancing, but also tethering onto the Black American established culture and presence. And they get into these political positions, speak on behalf of us, but never have in good intentions for us. When these tethers speak on behalf of us, it's not for the best. It's not for the best. You see what I'm saying? And so when we start hearing certain people going against the grain, you know, you got to start questioning certain things. You know, and most of our people are on code. I watch so many videos, and I be watching this African dude online, right? He does pranks and shit. He go around trolling motherfuckers at the store. And you know how many Black Americans look them nigga right in his face, say, boy, you need to go back to your own goddamn country. You need to leave, get the hell out of our country and go back to Africa. You hear so many Black Americans throughout his skits and pranks yell at him and tell him that. For real. No bullshit. So we ain't even got to be in the conscious community to know that a lot of our people know Jesse Lee Peterson just a coon. He ain't a tether. He just a buck dancing coon. We got a name for our own people that go against the grain too. Al Sharpton, just a coon. See, you naming our people now.
We're like, where are these fools from talking all this bullshit? How come they hood ain't got them straight? Because you being a Sambo, usually your hood will get you right. Then we realize, wait a minute, no. These people are not from here. That's why nobody's Tarana Burke, all these people aligning with the white tees.
Man, Tarana Burks. Do y'all know who that is? Tarana Burks. Do you know who that is? Man, that lady is ugly than a motherfucker, boy. I'm not even trying to be funny, bro. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny. I swear to God on everything I love. She is an unusual looking specimen. You understand me? She's an unusual looking character, man. I'm not even trying to lie to you. I'm about to show y'all a picture. I'm not even going bullshit. She from Jamaica. I'm about to show you this image. Viewer discretion is advised. Viewer discretion is advised. You see what I'm saying? I got to say that before I show these images of these hideous things. This could cause a trigger warning to some of our people. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Now, what in the entire fuck is that? That looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Talking about Tarana Burks. Tyrannosaurus? God damn. This look like KRS-One with a quick weave on. How the fuck did KRS-One get a frontal? Nah, they out of pocket with this, though. Oh, hell no. That's some MK Ultra shit. This can't be real. This AI. Nah, I'm saying, though, this is hideousness. I'm not even trying to be funny, though, man, for real. I guess, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But her damn nose stretch out all the way to her ears, man. Her nose wider than her eyes is, man. Go out farther than her motherfucking eyes. This Tyrannosaurus Rex. She looked like blackface Borny. She looks like Borny, dude. If I showed y'all an image of Borny and then go back to showing y'all her, y'all be like, damn, she look just like motherfucking Borny in blackface. She look like Borny. Now, hold on. Because y'all think I'm bullshitting. Now, y'all got to look at the face structure. She look like Borny a little bit, bro. Y'all can't tell me look how big Borny nose is. Look at the head shape, you know, and then go back to look at her, man. I'm not even kidding you, brother. This is real. This ain't fake. Then she got that type of face like Whack 100 be having. She got that, like, you ever seen, I don't know if y'all even know who that is. It's a nigga from the West Coast that be managing Blueface. His name, Whack 100. He got this little weird crater looking face, like with a bunch of dents and shit in, like it's been hail damage back in 2012, like a bunch of hail damage. And yeah, man, I'm not even bullshit. I'm not even trying to be funny, man. She is a hideous tether. And I could tell anybody that she was a damn tether right off the damn look. You feel what I'm saying? Right off the look, family. And I'm not even trying to be funny here. I'm being serious. I'm being serious. I'm not being funny. Let's get back to it.
Premises to target us. Roland, Joy Reid, all of these people trying to talk for our community from these foreign backgrounds. We just put two and two together. We said, wait a minute, there's a common denominator here. These are tethers. These people aren't even from our lineage. Luke, yeah, Uncle Luke, all these people talking crazy. Myron.
Oh my God. Uncle Luke. Oh my God. He is the worst. He brought some of the most ratchetest culture to American music, man, to Black American music. You know, we was in R&B. You know, we had good music. We had niggas like, you know what I mean, Sir Mix-a-Lot. You feel me? Schoolie D, Ice-T. You know what I mean? Some of the first gangster rappers and shit. Motherfuckers like James Brown and shit. You know what I mean? Oh, it's the big payback. You know, we got shit like that. Then you bring this old freaky ass Jamaican over here or whatever the fuck he is, with Two Live Crew with the Doodoo Brown popping that coochie hole and all these other little songs that was going around in the motherfucking 80s and shit. Pop that coochie and shake that Doodoo Brown, you know, all that little bullshit. I don't listen to that type of music. I do not listen to that type of music. You understand what I'm saying? No bullshit.
So I said, wait a minute. These people have lineage vitriol towards us. These people come over here from all these other places and make a profit and make a living by denigrating us. And everybody was getting in on it. Dinesh D'Souza, East Indian, who just made a grip writing books denigrating Black Americans. And I'm like, we're just getting hit from everywhere. These people calling us cicadas and going out of their way, the Caribbeans. And remember, y'all remember when these people would say they were not Black. They tried this.
Right, they've been saying that for forever. Now they trying to say, oh, nigga, we Black, nigga.
It's getting hit from everywhere. These people calling us cicadas and going out of their way, the Caribbeans. And remember, y'all remember when these people would say they were not Black. They tried this bullshit. We all Black. Man, family, we remember.
Listen, fuck all that shit. That's why we've been stomping out, saying no, they not us. We not them. Because now you're hearing Europeans explain it to other Europeans that, listen, they're not them. These people that's coming from various places, that's not them. They not the Black Americans who we supposed to be, you know what I mean, dealing with. You know what I mean? Listen to these white people discuss this.
Struggle, and we're all down on our, and we need to fight against. No, you just got here, dude. Like the Haitians, like the guys from Ghana who just got here, you don't get to just be a part of our system and then lecture us about how our country went wrong.
Well, and if you're a Republican, supposedly conservative Republican, to throw around the term racist, I mean, that's what I personally, I'll speak for myself, I voted against that in November last year.
Right.
I don't like that style of non-argument. Just dismiss someone off the top. You're a bad person. I don't have to respond to your specific charge against me. I'm too old for that.
Yeah.
I thought aren't we opposed to that? Identity politics?
100%. And I'll tell you, the identity politics of the right is probably the greatest it's ever been, but it's actually codified into law, which is the scariest part.
I've noticed that.
Right? You know, say what you want, but left-wing identity politics never criminalized being a racist to a Black person. In that sense, like there was never a hate speech law against, which would have been unjust, to call out a Black person or Black culture or anything like that. I think that's...
It should be a hate crime bill and pass for that shit. That's why you got people like motherfucking Chud the Builder, you feel me, Chud the Bussy man, running around here thinking he can just say shit without it being no penalties or consequences behind it, using the fake auspice of freedom of speech. You feel what I'm saying? So you got Europeans discussing the conversations about these tethers and whether or not they should be in on what we got going on. You feel what I'm saying? Why you got these people now speaking on this situation? You got to ask yourself that. You got to realize these people are here to deprive and take against our people. That's why they're leeching on us. That's why they're tethering onto us. Seriously. You feel what I'm saying? Listen to what they said about Byron Donaldson. They call this dude all the way out.
Ideological? I've never detected that.
No. That's why I call him a slave.
Yeah. And they called you a racist for that?
They did. Which is actually quite interesting because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida who reminded me that Byron's mother is Jamaican, he is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting in their words that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery without a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean,
so even the higher political seatings is listening to the grassroots conversation, and they're understanding the difference between a Black American and then a nigga who just came to America trying to cloak on us.
When y'all would tell us, I ain't Black, I'm Nigerian, I ain't Black, I'm Jamaican. Y'all would tell us that. We didn't forget. Y'all not going to spin the block and act like we didn't forget. Y'all would tell us you were not Black. Y'all would tell us with your whole chest, you were not Black. We said, okay, you're right. You're right. You would say you were not Black, but then you would use your melanin to try to act as spokespersons for us. You would try to sit up here and act like you can speak for us. And
that's what we had an issue with, because they will often speak and go against what the grassroots of what Black Americans overall wanted. Like, we want reparations. You'll get a bunch of these Black immigrants in positions. They get asked about reparations. They're like, no, I don't think we should get it. How the fuck are you going against what we telling you to say? You in position to speak on behalf of us. No, you're speaking on behalf of your own people while faking like you're speaking on behalf of us, just like Byron Donaldson did in his Breakfast Club interview. Let's get at least a few more people to support the channel. We got 3. We do got a goal of getting 10 people to support. All we need is 7 more. Let's see if we can get 3 more within the next 10 minutes. Let's go, family. Let's see if we can get at least 3 more. Let's see if we can get at least 3 more in the building. Shout out to everybody that is in here rocking out. We do appreciate the love and support. We're going to get into the next content of the video in just a second. We're going to get into the next content of this video in just a second. So I do want y'all to drop some fire emojis if y'all still in the building with me. I need y'all to drop a fire emoji in the chat if y'all still in the building with me. Let me know that y'all still in the building with me, man. Shout out to everybody that's in here. Let's get right into it. I want everybody to hit that like button, drop a fire emoji. Let me know that y'all still in this. Let's go. Now, listen, before we get into this, man, like I said, I do want to say I appreciate everybody for coming through. It's all love, and we always appreciate the love and respect and people just popping in. Y'all do diligence, hit the like button and share the live stream. You already know the vibes, man. It's your little cousin, Aboriginal Power, man. But let's get right into it, though, man. Let's
For the stats, I be beating the odds. In the blood, it be making me calm. Ride the turbines just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm a bomb.
Hey, thanks for having me. Yeah, Callie K.
Hey, listen, so we got a tether coming in off the rip. But listen, we a little bit over an hour in the live. We expect to get 100 before the hour. But listen, let's still try to reach that goal of getting 100 in the live chat at least before an hour and a half. Come on, family, share this live stream. You feel me? Let's get back into this content.
Motivation in terms of who you are. Like, what is your overall perspective, respectfully?
I don't understand the context of it. Like, what's my agenda? Just living and raising family. That's it. That's all I do. I don't do anything else.
Okay, because I never heard about FBA until your name was associated with it.
Mm-hmm.
And so what does that really entail? Because I was raised in the South and I'm also here in LA right now, but I never heard of FBA. So I'm really trying to come to an understanding, again, just respectfully.
Yeah, FBA is just a lineage. It's almost self-explanatory. It's a lineage. It's not a group that you join. Basically, it's a logic term. That's it. If you have a non-immigrant background, you're foundational to this country. And
right. And I think we got to get out of the semantics, and and that's for both sides. Shout out to my family. I'm gonna break down a build on that on these terms and how people get out of pocket because they're emotionally attached to these terms. We can't let the semantics game play. You see what I'm saying? Because we're the only group of people that has been misclassified so many times in a shorter period of time. That's to set confusion and to cause disruption. But we got to be able to be a little more articulate than that and observant than that to be able to break this shit down. So shout out to everybody in the building, all my Aboriginal Indigenous family, and all my foundational Black Americans. Man, shout out to everybody. We all the same. It's all the same.
We as Black Americans who have non-immigrant backgrounds, we come from a foundational lineage. Do you know anything about history? A little bit about history, Miss Callie?
When you say immigrants, I mean, most of all Black people were, I think a little bit about chattel slavery, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the boat and how we arrived here. So when you say foundational.
What boat? You only heard about that boat because a white man told you about that boat. Nobody in your family passed down no stories about no boat. You won't even find in your genealogy that you got a member from your lineage coming from Africa. You don't have none of that. You ain't got no first gen. You won't find it in your genealogical reports. There is no African, a nigga fresh off a boat. There is no boat stories passed down. That's just baloney. According to genealogy, my genealogy debunks it. And I'm pretty sure the majority of people in this chat who has done genealogy and has went back a certain distance will realize that that's bullshit.
How do you equate that exactly?
Okay. This country was established 1776, right? Right? Miss Callie?
Listening to you. I'm just listening to you at this point.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear because I don't want no confusion.
Yeah, I think this lady playing and cosplaying as a Black America. I think she's actually a tether. I'm going on a limb, and I'm gonna say this lady is a tether. What do y'all think? Tether or no tether? I need the chat to respond to this. We playing tether or no tether? You know, we can spot tethers like it ain't shit. So we gonna play the game. Tether or no tether? All right, that's my new favorite game now. And shout out to Solomon Brown, man. He said, for honoring our ancestors and history. I appreciate that, brother. I'm going to forever honor our ancestry and our history. And also, family, I'm also going to protect us in any way, shape, form, or fashion that I can. Because as an American, as a patriot American, as one that's trying to elevate our people, there's a lot of people is under an umbrella of supremacy and deprivement that are strictly to get the nigga, okay? They're here to take and deprive and cause disruption. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of people coming against us. There got to be somebody that protects us. And so I'm him. I am Himothy. You understand what I'm saying? That's what we're going to do. And there's a lot of other brothers out here, Bigfoot stepping around. You feel what I'm saying? Is this a tether or no tether? We're going to play the tether or no tether game. She said she was from California. I mean, family from the South, but live in California. So I'm saying tether.
Fusion.
We're clear. I'm just listening. That's fine.
Okay. This country established 1776. Somebody had to be foundational to this country. Who was foundational to the United States? I'm asking you that. Who do you think was foundational?
Native, Indigenous.
Okay, they were not foundational to the United States.
Are you saying Native Indigenous meaning the red man? Or are you saying Native Indigenous as the Black American being the Indigenous? See, when they say the Native Indigenous, they're not talking about you guys. Black Indian. I need my Indian family in the building to tap in and listen. Listen, when the Indians, when my Black Indians say that they're Indians, we know that they're talking about the real people of this land. But when foreigners say Native Indigenous, they're not talking about Black people. You understand me? So-called Black people. You feel what I'm saying? So I need y'all to understand that. That's how I know that this is a tether right here. This is a tether. I can spot my tether antennas be going off. I got a wide radar range. You understand me? I spot them in 2 seconds.
The red ones weren't. There were Black Indigenous people who were, but the red ones, the United States. I'm asking you that. Who do you think was foundational?
Native, Indigenous.
Okay, they were not foundational to the United States. The red ones.
She said Native Indigenous.
Who do you think was foundational?
Native Indigenous. That don't even sound right. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Like I said, shout out to the brother Solomon Brown for supporting. Also, man, that's the 4th person to support the channel, man. All we need is 6 more of the family to support the channel today, man. All we need is 6 more of the family. Let's go to hit the
foundational.
Goal.
Native, Indigenous.
Okay, they were not foundational to the United States. The red ones weren't. There were Black Indigenous people who were, but the red ones, the Siberian ones, they had no bearing on building the United States whatsoever.
Okay, so when you say they were the red ones is wild, I will say that's a little bit wild. When you say
why is it wild? Why is it wild?
Who are you referring to when you say the red ones?
The Siberian-looking natives, and not the Aboriginal ones who had more of a Black phenotype, which was here for thousands of years, even before the red ones. There were Black people on here before the red Siberian ones. This is proven by genealogy and archaeology. When they pulled up Lucia woman down in South America, which was the oldest human remains and fossils found on this land, they reconstructed her. It's a Black woman.
No, I'm not doing that with you. I'm not. I feel like because again you're being a little bit disingenuous.
What did I? What? Can we slow down?
Because you're referring to Native people as red ones.
Okay,
How
slow
do you
down.
refer to yourself?
You said you're not doing what with me? What?
How do you refer to yourself?
Hold on. I just gave you an archaeological human remains and fossils found on this land. They reconstructed her. It's a black woman.
No, I'm not doing that with you. I'm not.
And
Yeah, you heard that? She crashed out when he told her that the black indigenous people were the original people here and the first peoples here. He's dropping pure facts. And she literally said, "Oh no, I can't deal with it." It just exploded her mind. I'm telling y'all, the golden ticket to these foreigners, because they think that you're African, they want to Africanize you. Once you say that you're Aboriginal, indigenous, that's the golden gun. That's the checkmate. They just automatically crash out. That was intrusive thoughts raging through her mind. She started crying from the inside out. That was crazy. He just cooked a little bit.
natives and not the Aboriginal ones who had more of a black phenotype, which was here for thousands of years, even before the red ones. There were black people on here before the red Siberian ones. This is proven by genealogy and archaeology. When they pulled up Lucia woman down in South America, which was the oldest human remains and fossils found on this land, they reconstructed her. It's a black woman.
No, I'm not doing that with you. I'm not. I feel like because again you're being a little bit disingenuous.
What can we slow down?
Because you're referring to Native people as red ones.
Okay.
Yeah, because there was red people, meaning Asian bred, Asian immigrants. Let's just call them what they are. The Native American are the first immigrants in America. Do I got to put that in perspective to the family? Do I got to put this in perspective to the family? I might have to do a whole build on that. This Sunday, I might have to do a whole build on that. This Sunday, I might have to break that shit down on how Native Americans was the first immigrants. Once Tariq Nassim said, "Nigga, we the black Aboriginals, man." You go look at Lucia woman, that's a black lady. She would be considered black or Negro in today's time. That made her crash all the way out. Damn, it feels good to be Aboriginal.
Slow down.
To yourself.
You said you're not doing what with me? What?
How do you refer to yourself?
Hold on. I just gave you an archaeological reference of Lucia woman who they reconstructed. Scientists said it was Negroid.
That was a lie.
What? What was a lie, dear?
It was a lie. I want to go back to.
Hold on. What was a lie? What's a lie?
I want to go back to, sir, respectfully.
Okay, why you're getting hostile?
No.
Why are you raising your voice now?
Hostile because I disagree with you, but I am coming to you maybe for some understanding in terms of your perspective.
Lucia, you said Lucia woman.
She said that was a lie. She's trying to run from that. Her statement on calling Lucia woman being a Negro a lie. She's trying to run from that. You know that she sir, I want to move on now. Yeah, this definitely is a tether. You feel me?
Hold on. What was a lie? What's a lie?
I want to go back to, sir, respectfully.
Okay, why you're getting hostile?
No.
Why are you raising your voice now?
Hostile because I disagree with you, but I am coming to you maybe for some understanding in terms of your perspective.
Lucia, you said Lucia woman.
Okay. Us having a difference of opinion does not mean I'm hostile.
This is not an opinion. This is science, ma'am.
Okay. So when you say red people, why do you refer to them, and who are you referring to specifically again as red people?
But ma'am, I said, are you saying I said something that was not true? You said you're not doing this with me when I brought up Lucia woman, and then you just got very hostile.
Okay, so how do you refer to yourself?
Ma'am, hold it. Ma'am. Oh, sorry. Ma'am, this is Lucia woman. All right. If that woman was alive today, what would she be considered?
Black.
There you go. So why the hostility?
That black is not indigenous. I'm trying to understand the difference between.
If that woman was alive today, what would she be considered?
Black.
There you go. So why the hostility?
That black is not indigenous. I'm trying to understand the difference between black is not indigenous. I feel like it's a disservice and disrespect to indigenous people of this land. And you are here saying that you are indigenous to this America. Yes, we've been here for hundreds of years. It does not equate to us being indigenous.
But
black people are the indigenous, though. The so-called people that are classified as black people, the people that is classified as black in America, are in fact the indigenous aboriginals. They the Negroes, they're the coloreds, and they also are the American Indian as well. They're the mound builders. So they had a bunch of different titles that were placed upon them. The same people that is in modern time have been reclassified under 4 different titles, probably have been 4 more titles before that. So this is the name of the game, is to change the name. And so that's why I'll be trying to get some of these dumb pseudo-ass brothers that be in this Indian, Aboriginal, Indigenous community to understand, but they too slow. They pseudo. You see what I'm saying? So, but yeah, man, I just think that all these terms is applied to the same people. You see what I'm saying? But I understand it. You understand? Like I might not like half of the terms. You feel what I'm saying? I think it's dumb to call yourself an Indian. Because when you Google Indians and look up Indians, it ain't going to be Negro history. That's part of the deception.
You just admitted that woman would be considered black, and that's the oldest fossil found in the Americas.
Okay, but that is a social construct as well. You're asking me in terms of what social construct that I've obligated to recognize, what have you. That's what is recognized here. Absolutely. That's what is recognized here. It's no different. Go ahead.
Ma'am, respectfully, I don't know what you're talking about now.
You don't know?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't know social construct. You don't know indoctrination. You don't know that what is created for
everything is a social construct. It's the people that set up the social standards apply these terms to you in social and in legal statuses. Some of it just social, some of it is legal. Shout out to Darius McNair, my brother in the building. Shout out to Kathy L. Tate in the building. Shout out to all the indigenous brothers and sisters that's in the building rocking out, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Halito to all my indigenous American Indians. What up, though, to all my FBAs. And y'all already know what the deal is, man. Shout out to everybody. Let's get it.
For us to understand and process and accept as reality, that's just what we have to accept it as.
I don't know what you're just saying stuff, beloved.
Wow.
Miss Callie, where's your family from again, dear?
Don't dear me. Don't do that. Don't do that. Where's your family from?
Hey, Milestones, bring your ass up here, my Indian brother. Chimichukma. Chimichukma, my brother. Come on up.
Where's your family from?
Where's your family from?
Alabama. Alabama. I'm foundational. Alabama.
Okay.
Alabama. My mother and father.
And before that?
All Alabama, then Virginia, North Carolina.
Okay. And did you do an ancestral genealogy, figure out what roots you have? Because it absolutely will track back to Africa. Have you done that?
Everybody's roots will track back to Africa on the planet.
So how can you be indigenous to America as a Black person?
The same way the woman you just said was Black is? The same
I said
way?
she presented. She looks Black.
Right, which makes her Black.
There are Native people. Listen, there are Mexicans, Hispanic people. There are people across the globe that present and look at Black. Listen, it's not a trick question.
That's called Blackness. That's what a Black person is. Somebody who looks Black.
But we have to be true within ourselves to recognize that we, as Black people in this continental 48 states, there is 50, but in this 48 states here, we can't act like we're indigenous to this land.
Why can't we? But there are Black indigenous people, ma'am. I'm sorry. This is proven, ma'am. What do you think happened to all of these Black-looking indigenous people? What do you think happened to them?
I don't know. What happened to them?
Many of them were put in slavery. This is very well documented. You do know that they said these Indians will be enslaved. Some of these Indian tribes will be enslaved. What do you think happened to those people on the plantations? They got reclassified. They're freedom suits, ma'am. They're lawsuits going back to the 1700s where people who are enslaved were going to court saying, I'm not from Africa. I'm an Indian. I shouldn't even be enslaved. Hundreds of suits.
That's a fact. There's hundreds of suits like that. Hundreds. Let me run this back because I don't think y'all listening. Hundreds of cases where Indians, especially in Virginia, were classified as Negroes, Blacks, and now African Americans have been fighting in the courts since the 1700s that they're not Black or nothing. They're Indian. They're not African. They're not Black. They're not none of that, nigga. We Chickahominy. We Matapani. We Wampanoag, nigga. We Micmac. You feel me? We're talking about true indigenous Aboriginal erasure. Erasure. That's the word of the day, man. That's what we're dealing with. It's erasure. You feel me?
True within ourselves to recognize that we, as Black people in this continental 48 states, there is 50, but in this 48 states here, we can't act like we're indigenous to this land.
Why can't we? But there are Black indigenous people, ma'am. I'm sorry. This is proven, ma'am. What do you think happened to all of these Black-looking indigenous people? What do you think happened to them?
Right. And none of our grandparents never said that, son, you got some African lineage that you come from, and we come from a long line of African. She never said that. She said, we from here. We got indigenous, whatever tribe that they told you in your home. You feel what I'm saying? Not one time that she said, oh, baby, we come from the Igbo tribe. Or not one time when she seen an African, she said, oh, baby, treat them like us because they are people. You don't never hear that bullshit. That's a made up story. And that's why the Trump card is, nigga, we not African. We have no African DNA. We're Aboriginal, indigenous to the Americas. That's the Trump card. Because they want you to be African so they can attach themselves to your achievements. You know what I mean? Take credit for all of our inventions while also disrespecting you and saying you're a slave. You see what I'm saying? That's they Trump card, but you kill that by saying we're not African at all. We're indigenous to the motherfucking Americans. We're aboriginal to this bitch. We're from the soil. You're new here. We're grew here. You see what I'm saying? We're from here. You come here. It's a difference.
I don't know what happened to them. And
many of them were put in slavery. This is very well documented. You do know that they said these Indians will be enslaved. Some of these Indian tribes will be enslaved. What do you think happened to those people on the plantations? They got reclassified. They're freedom suits, ma'am. They're suits, lawsuits going back to the 1700s where people who are enslaved were going to court saying, I'm not from Africa. I'm an Indian. I shouldn't even be enslaved. Hundreds of suits. You can look it up, ma'am.
Okay. So you do consider yourself indigenous, right?
No, I'm foundational because it's a combination. We had an ethnogenesis, ma'am. We had an ethnogenesis. I'm foundational. We became a whole new ethnic group. There's a combination.
I understand that, but I ain't gonna say no, we not, because you just said that there's tons of black people that are Indian and been fighting in court saying they're Indian. So obviously they are that. You see what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying. So that's why I say I might not really like it, but I understand it and I respect kind of what y'all be saying. You feel what I'm saying? As far as the black Indians, black indigenous, and people that's standing on their true American lineage and heritage. You see what I'm saying? But ethnogenesis just means that a change in the cultures, a change in the names in ethnic groups, or at least the name of this particular ethnic group. That's what causes confusion. See, niggas still got to learn. That's why y'all need to come listen to Big Aboriginal Power, because I'm going to set the shit straight and give y'all the true perspective on this. I'm going to give you the perspective that you can't get nowhere else. So that's why I be trying to say a lot of the cultural conflict comes from this misunderstanding and the paper genocide that has happened amongst indigenous peoples in America. The reclassification, you understand what I'm saying? They once called you a mound builder. Then they called you Aboriginal at the same time. Then they started calling us Indians. Then they start calling us Negro. Then they start calling us colored. Then they start calling us Negro again. Then they start calling us black. Then they start calling us African American. Do y'all peep the plot? See, it's all connection. But once you able to follow the line or the yellow brick road for you goddamn munchkins, you'll be able to come and understand what the wizard knows. That's why I'm trying to break this shit down. You figure deal me? Let's get through it though.
Listen, I'm explaining, ma'am.
What makes you different from the rest of this Black America that's been existing for hundreds of years? That's what I'm trying to understand.
That's what the Black American that's been here for hundreds of years, by definition, are foundational. All of us, almost every Black American has some type of indigenous ancestry.
Not only that, you can't name a group of people in America that has older roots and lineage with records, archaeological findings that go back farther than our shit here. No group got older shit here than us. No group in America go back farther than us here, period. When you start looking at any of these racial groups, a lot of these people cannot compare to our meticulous records. My bad, you guys. The children's running around. But listen, man, listen. I know y'all understand what I'm talking about. A lot of us got our own genealogical records that debunks the narrative that we all came from Africa on the slave boat. You see what I'm saying? Your own genealogical records for those that has went to a certain distance and went a certain length back in your genealogy has the records at hand to debunk the actual narrative. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, a lot of people follow these FBA brothers and they're adding in the Aboriginal and the Indigenous and they're curious about it. This is when big Aboriginal power come and take their consciousness to the higher level. You understand what I'm saying? Because now they're detaching themselves away from Africa. You see what I'm saying? Now they removing themselves away from the African presence. You know what I'm saying? You slowly hearing, but they got to be and also in alignment with their indigenous understanding. And some of them just don't have the time or even have the wherewithal to even get that type of information. This is where I come into play with the social understanding and also with the archaeological and historical foundation for this premise that we are the Aboriginal indigenous with no African genetics whatsoever. You know what I mean? Despite what Brother Tariq Nasheed said, and a shout out to him, but despite what he goddamn says, we have no African genetics. The ones that are Aboriginal indigenous to this land. Some of y'all might be mixed somewhere down the line. You feel me?
Right.
What makes you exceptional is what I'm asking.
It's not about being
Why put a label on it? Why put a label on it? Because we've been Black for hundreds of years. So I'm asking, what makes you exceptional?
Because what makes me different is these other people who come over and claim to be Black when it's convenient and then disassociate themselves from Blackness when it's convenient. I come from a lineage and a culture that didn't have the option to disassociate from Black. We had to stay Black and stand on Black and protect Black. And we got these Johnny-come-latelys who come in and try to cosplay because they use their melanin and they don't have a camaraderie with the lineage. The minute they get a win, they let everybody know.
It's our ancestors that built the culture, the premise, the energy, the respect, and the power that is stimulating around Black. Because it's the indigenous, the Black Americans, it's the so-called American Indians, the indigenous that were reclassified as Black, which is a misnomer, but we turned that misnomer status into a popularized, energy-driven, achievement-having institute. You understand me? Because under the label Black that was put on Aboriginal indigenous peoples, some of the greatest things was done. Just like we did great things under the title Negro when they put that bullshit on us. And we did good things when they put that bullshit title Colored on us. And all the great things were done under those titles. We cannot undermine our ancestors' achievements by wearing something so heavy on the social perspective. See, you guys got an option now because we're standing on business, but our ancestors had to endure these terms. They were misclassified. And not only did they have to wear these heavy burdens, they accomplished great achievements under that. And for us to not to acknowledge that is doing your own ancestors disjustice. That's why I don't play the semantics in these name games. Because I can find the issue within every bullshit name that the colonizer gave you. You're not going to be able to give me a term that has indigenous meaning behind it and that a name that the colonizer didn't give you. He don't give you names for your better benefit. You turn it to a better benefit. This is why y'all got to come tap in with your brother Aboriginal power. I give you the true perspective.
I'm not one of them. I'm Nigerian. I'm not one of them. I'm Kenyan. I'm not one of them. I'm Haitian, which is fine. But we're foundational Black Americans. Because if you're going to delineate, we can delineate. And that's what we're doing. We've delineated. We've let people know we are the original Black people, the foundational Black people of this nation. What's wrong with that? Why everybody can delineate, but when we do it, all of a sudden it's...
What? But
Why is it bad? Why is it bad when we
because
delineate?
you're trying to delineate from a diaspora. That's the problem. We're black. If you go to Europe, you're black. If you go to Asia, you're black. I'm trying to figure out, like, and I have so many questions. I don't think I have time for it tonight.
We got
But
time. Let's slow down. We got time.
No, I don't, because my babe is on his way back.
but listen, but slow down. When I go to Europe, I'm not like the black people there.
Oh my God, that's the problem. So you a special black. You a special what? Pat you on the back. You a good Negro, ain't you?
Am I?
It sounds like that's what you're doing.
I didn't say that. But I have a different culture.
If you go to Europe, you said
I'm not black. No, we have different cultures. They have different. I don't eat the food like that over there.
Culture is different than race.
Right.
No, when you go over, you want them to know you the good one.
That's a projection. I guess you assume that we're good.
No, you
I
said
didn't say all that, and I got a lot of respect.
About we call black. No, when we go to America, they call us American. We're recognized as American. American. Yeah, they know who we are.
Respect for the black people in Britain. They show me a lot of love and respect. It's not that I'm better. I have a different culture.
Culture is different. Absolutely. Culture is very different.
The culture is different. My culture is different, and I respect theirs as long as they respect mine. But the problem is, when it comes to our culture, people try to turn our culture into just generic African culture, which is
so represent culture. I don't think it should be like a different separation in terms of blackness. Just be like, hey, this is a Black American culture. That's fine. It doesn't mean you have to minimize, indigenous people of this land. Black American people absolutely have a strong culture.
Yeah, we do. And that doesn't negate that we're also the indigenous aboriginal peoples of this land. Okay?
As black.
That's why I say the so-called black people that is called that in North America are, in fact, the aboriginal indigenous peoples. Facts.
Americans, we influence this worldwide.
Okay, where's we? Because, man, Callie, you sound like you come from a Caribbean background.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, she really do. She sounds like she got a lot of loose glue that you can see above her wig. On her edges, you got like loose glue dried up. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like a loose glue wig tethered.
Absolutely have a strong culture. As Black Americans, we influence this worldwide.
Okay, where's we? Because, man, Callie, you sound like you come from a Caribbean background.
Wow. Okay. What makes you say that?
Because you haven't really been that honest. And if you're not that honest about other things, you're not going to be honest about your own lineage.
So Bumba-clots, I'll bring it out now.
So you're Jamaican. You're Jamaican? You come from a Jamaican background, dear?
I suppose.
Right, just say that. There you go.
Maybe
that's why
I am from a little bit of maybe a British as well. Maybe a little bit.
You have a Caribbean background. Just say that.
A lot of these tethers be so ashamed of their background. Like, it'd be weird. Like, we ask you straight up on some honest shit. Hey, where you from? They start lying. I'm from Mississippi by way of Chicago. All kind of little lies and shit. And then at the end of the day, they tethering start coming out. You be like, hold on, where the fuck you from? You got to be from. You start calling it out. They be like, yeah, we're from. So what? My mom is Jamaican. My dad is Trinidadian. But I've been born in America. Like, come on, man. Y'all so ashamed of y'all little homeland and them little shanty towns. Come on, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. This is straight up baloney, man. This is straight up baloney, man. We're going to get right back into some more of this, but I need the family to drop them fire emojis, and let's get at least 3 more people to support today's channel, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. The link is in the chat, man. Make sure y'all support the channel. We'll be right back in just a second. Let's get into
Keys on the track, on the track, on the track, on the track, on the track.
For the stats, I be beating the odds. Then the blood in me making me calm. Ride the turbines just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm a bomb. I'ma leave it.
Wow. Okay. What makes you say that?
Because you haven't really been that honest. And if you're not that honest about other things, you're not going to be honest about your own lineage.
So bumper clots. I'll
Right.
bring it out now on
So
my
you're
bumper
Jamaican.
clots.
You're Jamaican? You come from a Jamaican background, dear?
I suppose.
Right, just say that. There you go. That's why
Maybe
when
I
you-
am.
I'm not even gonna lie. This shit is cringe. Listening to her act and do all this weird, and it is very cringe.
I suppose.
Right, just say that. There you go. That's why
Maybe
when
I
you-
am from a little bit of maybe a British as well. Maybe a little bit.
you have a Caribbean background. Just say that. That's fine. Because all of that bad faith talking, you come from a Caribbean
And
background.
maybe
That's fine.
domo arigato. Arigato. Okay. Maybe a little bit of that too.
Right.
Mm.
So why do you have such an issue with us? Because y'all delineate all the time. We don't
You
complain.
say- I
How
don't-
come y'all have an issue with us
Who are
delineating?
you? Why do you say you and you're categoring me? You're putting me in a
It's
you.
You're not of
And-
our lineage.
Oh, so is it a group or am I not black enough, but I'm black, but not black enough?
You're not of our lineage. You're not foundational. That's what it is.
Okay, so what qualifies me?
You come from an immigrant background and I don't. We don't. We're not immigrants.
Hmm. Okay, so
Do you have a problem with that? You sound like you have an issue with that.
No, that's just your bad. You know, I
not
would
my bad.
encourage
That's
you
just
and
history.
implore you.
That's
I would
not that-
encourage
you can't-
you
you
and
can't get
implore
upset. So,
you to
ma'am.
stop talking like this online because you made a lot of assumptions about me and you.
Okay, you can't talk over me. Okay, because I don't know if you're drunk or high or whatever, but you just can't talk over me. We're not going to do that. You come from a foreign background, ma'am, and that's okay. But you see, you have an issue with our lineage, ma'am. That's the problem.
I don't have an issue
You do.
with anyone. I came up asking.
Now she trolling, or either that motherfucking fentanyl done kicked in. One of the two. Either she trolling drunk or that fat done kicked in. Her whole voice done changed up. She sound different. That might be a nigga named Doug acting like a lady named Callie. No, this shit don't sound right, family. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Questions. You made assumptions.
No. You're not asking questions. You're making bad faith assumptions. You're doing a lot of projecting. You're not going to talk over me, though. We're not going to do that. And then you start low key. You're talking over me.
I'm not docile.
Ma'am, then you start low key trolling. Now you're trying to crash out.
I'm crashing.
You're not going to crash out,
I'm
ma'am.
not docile enough.
Ma'am, you're projecting. You have an issue because you're non-FBA. You're not of our lineage. Man.
Yeah, she off that Taco Vodka and the Buzz Ball. She definitely got all the liquor she on from the dollar store. She on 2 Buzz Balls, a Fireball, and some Taco Vodka, man. She in that motherfucker loose as a goose.
Ma'am, no, you're not going to crash, ma'am. You're not going to crash out. You're not going to crash out, little musty tether woman. You're not going to crash out. See, she was trying to. She wanted to crash out from the very beginning, but I didn't let her. Ma'am, you're not going to use that potty, bammy eating mouth to curse on my platform, ma'am. That was a musty tether trying to fake the.
Oh yeah, down south they sell liquor at the dollar store. Poison Puppy. They sell Fireballs, Buzz Balls, and some shit called bootleggers. They pretty much like the New Day Mad Dog 2020, and all the drunk alcoholics be drinking that shit.
Funk. All right, she's a Caribbean mammy And that's why they have an issue with the lineage. She can't cosplay. You see, she tried to cosplay and the truth came right on out. Ma'am, you're clearly a tether. All right? With your bad faith messaging, all your drunk, trollish nonsense. We knew you were a tether, ma'am. That's the issue you have. Let's stop all that stuff. Well, I'm showing you an indigenous person. See, nothing. They get to babbling, it don't be making a lick of sense. You can always tell a tether who hates when we acknowledge that there were Black indigenous people. When you see people in full denial, no matter.
That's what they hate the most, man. They hate when we claim our indigenous heritage, family, our Aboriginal indigenous family. That's why I tell y'all, embrace y'all aboriginality, family. Get into y'all lineage. Be proud. Been telling y'all this for 7 years. And now I see a lot of people being proud of their indigenous Aboriginal lineage. And it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
They get to babbling, it don't be making a lick of sense. You can always tell a tether who hates when we acknowledge that there were Black indigenous people. When you see people in full denial, no matter how much evidence and proof and scientific artifacts you can show that there were Black indigenous people here, and their whole response is, well, what happened was it's a clause. See, it's a clause. There's blue and blue, black and black, orange and orange, green and red. Then they get the plebiscite babbling. I'm showing proof that she admitted a Black woman, Lucia woman, the oldest fossils of a human being on this land is Black. She admitted that, but still chose to plebiscite babble. I don't like what y'all, we ain't gonna do this now. We ain't doing this. I ain't doing this with you. What, doing the truth? You're not doing the truth? I'm showing you some damn scientific facts. I ain't gonna do this now. I got the plebiscite babble. Blue is blue, green is green is a clause. The hell out of here. These people don't really have an argument. Delineation is delineation. We can't stop that. We can't reverse it. So all they got to do now is just call us up and talk dumb. Babble out of frustration because they cannot leech on and latch on. And
yeah, that's one of the biggest upsets that they have right now. They can't leech on and attach themselves to our accomplishments, our achievements, our goals, things like that. You feel me? Now, shit, man. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. I want y'all to listen to this damn dumbass nigga. I don't even know where he's from. I think he's from Belgium. He used to be over here on my channel. His name is OHF. He is one of the most retarded dudes you will ever see. And listen to this pseudo madness that he come with. I want y'all to listen to this nonsense. If y'all ready to get right into it, man, let's get a few people to drop them fire emojis. And hey, man, I'm gonna open up the panel here in a second too. So y'all come on through, man. Let's get right back into some more of this heat. Let's go.
He's on the train, on the train, on the train, on the train, on the
train. For the stats, I be beating the odds. In the blood, it be making me calm. Ride the turbines just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm a bomb. I'ma leave it.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit that like button on the video, and let's get right into this clip that we got right here. Let's go.
You can put yours up now, son. Mine goes up every day.
But you're correct.
Right.
You're
no, I'm from my people from the plantation south. No, I'm letting you know where I'm from, bro.
Why do we have a
no? You call my bluff in front of these people because everybody knows who I am. So
okay, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are, sir. That's
okay. Well, you're meeting me today. I'm letting you know who I am, bro.
Okay. Well, when you come in here, you're breathing very heavy. Is everything all right?
No, I'm laying in the bed, bro. No,
okay,
late at night.
Roll over.
It's about 3 a.m.
Okay, roll over from off your stomach because you kind of sassy and you're breathing
No,
hard.
I'm on my back, bro. I'm good.
All right,
I don't need no advice, but no, I'm good.
Okay, but
I just
still,
talk about the genealogy because I heard a claim about me being from somewhere else.
Okay, but
and
yeah,
that's not the case.
I kind of hear a Caribbean accent.
Yeah, but I'm letting you know what it is, though.
Okay.
Now, do you want to resolve this and see the genealogy and where my people from?
Now,
Let's show that now.
Where's your people from?
So my paternal side is from the coast of South Carolina.
Okay.
And my maternal side is from Maryland and Virginia.
He's a goddamn lie.
So what's your issue? What issue do you have?
It's just it's a lot of false information. It's a lot of fake claims being.
Man, this nigga is from Belgium.
Times.
Like
so I
what?
think you kind of you do both. I think you definitely.
My bad, y'all. My bad. I didn't even know the audio was off. My bad. My bad.
I think there's a lot of people out here who say outrageous stuff, and it goes unchecked, and it's not doing anybody a service. The fact that we let so much false information go unchecked in our community.
But how come you don't holler at them about it?
And it's steering another generation in the wrong direction.
Then how come you don't
away
holler at
from
them
what
about
our
it?
ancestors taught?
Then how come you don't holler
Right.
at them about that?
What'd you say?
Well, how come you don't holler at the people when they're giving false information? How come you don't
I
holler
do
at
it
them?
every day. I do it every day, bro. I'm on this app every day.
Okay, well that's
Yeah.
good. So what
Yeah.
what false information did I give?
No, I think there's a couple things. I think first off, just not checking the false information for a lot of people. Like I said, that's everybody's personal choice, but a lot of false information I don't see get checked.
Why am I supposed to check?
But FBA.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Why am I supposed to check people? Why am I supposed to check?
Well, you got a platform, right? You're a researcher, correct?
I mean, shit, you got a platform. You're a researcher. You research your own genealogy.
And I listen and check everything off, because guess what I do? In my lives, people come up and they make a false claim and we deal with it on site.
Okay.
And we need the community to actually step up and do that. If we hear the false information and the false claims, we need people to step up and to check this stuff. Right?
Okay.
And get our egos out of it. Listen, and the same goes for me. So like the brother came up here, said a whole bunch of false information. So I don't want to uncheck.
Which guy? We're talking about the guy, talking about the Morse guy?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just let him finish what he was saying. I didn't want to get into it because it was already long-winded. So he said what he said, and we just moved on. I didn't confirm or deny anything he said. He said what he said. I didn't want to press the issue because it'll get boring doing that. There's thousands of people listening, and people, they just want to hear more information. Now, again, what did I say wrong? Well, if I said some false information, what did I say false? I can stand on what I said, because you can't really point out anything I said false. The worst thing you can say is I didn't check somebody else who said something false. That's a non sequitur. That's not what.
Listen, I don't want to have it's been polite, right? But like we can go through some of your videos and we can see some inaccuracies that definitely want to check.
Like what?
We can go through Hidden History 1. We can go through a lot of the claims that were made on this panel. We can go through things that you said that weren't true. But here's the baseline that we do know, right? There is no such thing as a massive black presence prior to Columbus.
Oh, okay.
There is no massive black presence prior to 1619. Just in terms of facts. If we get our feelings out of it,
okay.
And if I was to have somebody sit across me and to show me with primary sources the history that people claim exists, for 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
They would struggle.
Okay.
And I know this because I do a lot every day.
All right. So if that's not the case,
people.
why did they?
So
okay, if they didn't, okay. Let's do this. Let's do this because every time you say something and when I respond, you kind of talk. Cut that shit out. All right. Let's start there. Let's stop doing that. All right. Let's stop that because I'm letting you talk. But when I try to respond, you just keep talking. So we don't do that. All right. We're going to have a dialogue. All right. We got to have a dialogue. You say something, then I'm going to respond and then you respond. Let's do it like that. All right.
I heard you. But you asked me a question. I was giving you a response, though.
Okay.
So give everybody a recap on what just happened. And you interrupted as I gave a response.
But you just kind of you're going on and on. Now let's
the more I went on and on, you didn't have a problem with it though. Right? I'm listening.
Yeah, I did have a problem.
The more I went on and you didn't check it.
I got him off because it was all
I'm gonna meet up. I heard your direction though. All right, I'm gonna meet up, brother.
Now you said there was no black people here before Columbus. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, so we have a baseline history. So I want everybody just to hear me real clear.
The archaeological data says that, dude.
It's a baseline history, baseline facts.
No. We're going to do it real simple. Yes or no? You're saying there are no black people in the Americas before Columbus. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no? We're going to get this. I like to make it real plain. We're going to make it real plain. There were no black people in the Americas before Columbus, right? That's what you said. Yes or no?
You asked it 3 times and I gave you the same response 3 times, brother.
I haven't heard you, sir.
He ain't say shit.
Okay, do you mind if I reply? Let me know when you're ready for me to reply.
Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. All right, so 1619 in North America, we don't have what we would call Negroes upon arrival. This is from the explorers' contact. A lot of our history from that perspective comes from explorers' first contact. And we don't have the history suggests a group of people that they call Negroes were here in 1619. The same is also true in 1492. So upon arrival, they're going out of their way to describe people that are not.
Okay, let's stop. What you said is not true. All right? What you said is not true.
You're just stopping me in the middle of talking.
Okay, we're going. No. If you say something that's not true, we're going to have to stop and fact check it.
Okay, perfect.
You just said something that wasn't true. All right, you said there were no people who they called Negroes.
Right. When the goddamn Spanish came here and they went to Brazil and they were dealing with the people down in that particular region, they called them Negros de Terra, meaning Negroes of the land, and then often referred to them as Negros and Negras. All right. Later on in that same century, they went to the coast of the Carolinas and called those same people Negroes. So what is he talking about?
Negroes here in the Americas before 1619. That's what you said.
We're talking about conquistadors and Jesuits. That particular reference that I'm quoting is from the Jesuit letters. Okay.
That's not true. We're going to have to stop and fact check it.
Okay, perfect.
You just said something that wasn't true. All right. You said there were no people who they called Negroes here in the Americas before 1619. This is what you said. What you said is not true. The Portuguese and the Spanish clearly documented Negroes here. They had a racial category down in Brazil of black people who were from Guinea and the black people who were here. They had 2 categories. This is very well documented. They called them Negros de Guinea, Negros de Terra. And they made a distinction that these are both black groups, but they're not the same. One black group is from Guinea, which was what they called Africa. The other black group is from the land. They're from here. They said this explicitly. Why did they say that?
Okay, so you said what I said was inaccurate. Here's how we can resolve inaccuracies. And your numbers is going up. I don't want you to think your numbers is going down because people know who I am on this app. Just want you to remember.
I asked you a question, sir. Why did they call the
Am I allowed to
natives?
speak, bro?
Why did they
Sorry,
call?
am I allowed to speak?
You only if you answer my question. Why did the Portuguese call the natives Negroes of the land? Go ahead and answer, please. Unmute your microphone, sir, and go ahead and answer. Your microphone is muted. There you go. Go ahead and answer that. Why did they do that?
Okay, can you let me finish though? I promise you'll get a good response, okay?
Answer the question directly.
All right, so
Do not-
everybody, I heard your question. So I'm going to try to be brief because I won't get much time to speak because when you hear something you don't like, you cut me off, right? So I'll be brief. I'll try to make it under, you can time me, under a minute, okay?
Answer the question,
Negro de terra
sir.
is a term. I heard you. You can't say answer the question while I'm answering the question, though, bro. Hell, let me answer the question.
Go ahead.
All right, just relax. It's okay. All right, Negro de terra is a term that's not used upon arrival. So remember, we use that term upon arrival. Negro de terra is not used until after 1549. Everybody,
bro, are you dumb?
Listen to what I'm saying and then fact check me. Negro de terra is a Portuguese term. Portuguese meaning Brazil. Right? And everybody can fact. It's not a Spanish term. It's not an English term. It's a Portuguese term, and it's not used upon arrival. So that means 60 years after contact, they start using the term Negro de terra, and this is by the Jesuits. And the term is used in the Aldeamentos. I'm gonna repeat the words so everybody can hear me. Aldeamentos, and the Aldeamentos is a Jesuit-run society. The Jesuits are calling the indigenous people Negro de terra. They discontinued the term in 1750.
Now, how many of y'all people agree with that and that what he is saying? How many of y'all agree with that? We're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna be right back in 2 minutes, man. Shout out to y'all. Hit that like button, thumb up the video, support the channel. We'll be right back.
I had to really step back and look at my situation for what it was. You know, I didn't look at my life like it was a movie. I had to look at all the moving parts. So I could really understand what it was. You know, they say love make you blind. Yeah. I'm introverted. I don't talk to niggas cause I'm constantly serving. I got a trap on top of my bed, I got a murder. Echoes of the block, the streets wanna murder. This shit come with burdens. The streets wanna murder. Streets wanna murder. I told you that this thing of ours it come with burdens. This shit come with burdens. This shit come with burdens. This shit come with burdens. Paint the city red. All the shit I seen replaying in my head. Heard the streets talking, so we called them boys instead. Block wanna murder and they caught wind of the feds. And I pray they wouldn't. But it was right, really. Niggas was crooked. Playing the 50 with niggas, they cost them a bullet. Ain't wanna do it to him, but I had to pull it. One foot on the streets, one foot in the trap, one hand on the music. I write my bronze on this microphone, it's therapeutic. I know the streets listen when I talk, I can't abuse it. I can't abuse it. I can't abuse it. Oh no, I can't abuse it. I don't talk to niggas cause I'm constantly serving.
Right.
So they start calling that. So just hear us out, brother. Hear me out, and I'll land it because I know I don't have much time because you disagree with me, but I can show what I'm saying.
You just proved my point.
There's Indians here. So brother, let me get it all out. Can I get it all out? I promise to get it out, and I'll be quiet because this is your live. I'm in your space. 1549. Everybody heard me? That's when the term Negro de terra was first being used. They discontinued the term in 1755. The people were called Indian before, the people were called Indian during, and the people were called Indian after. Actually, it was illegal to call an Indian Negro after 1755 because this is when they abolished Indian slavery in the Portuguese colonies. And remember, it's a Portuguese term. So it's not a term that was used to describe the people when they first saw them, and nor did they continue to call them that. You know who they continue to call a Negro? The Africans. Something called the Golden Act, Golden Law, that ended slavery in 1872, and they're calling those people Negro from the moment they got off the boat till 1872 till the day. Black people are still called Negro. So it's two different histories. Now, what I can do now is we can show everybody. All right, I'm glad you got your music on. You want me to land it? Let's show everybody now.
Oh,
okay, let's show everybody.
Good freaking grief! Thank you. That was a bunch of plebiscite babble. Good grief! That was a bunch of plebiscite babble. Yeah, you prove my point. Don't he? Does he realize he proved my point? He don't even realize he proved my point. Yeah, you prove my point. Yeah, they call them Negroes, but they stopped them there 2 centuries later. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they called them that, but they stopped 2 centuries later. Yeah, they were calling them Negroes because they were black.
Right, nigga. He talking about they didn't start using that term Negro de terra until 1549. It's 1547 officially on records in the actual logs, but there's accounts going back as early as 1519 describing them people as dark-skinned, black, and Negro. You see what I'm saying? That's how these dummies get beat up like this all the time. These dummies get beat up on these same topics all the time, man. You can't even talk to a dude like, what's his name? OHF. He's a retard. He's literally a retard. I'm not even trying to be funny. Dude is really slow. He's unbelievably slow. And so that's why I say, man, we got to do a little more recognizing of what we're dealing with, man. We're dealing with a bunch of damn immigrants. Hold on, let me get into this next conversation, man. Let me get into this next conversation. Now, a lot of these motherfuckers be coming over here to be angry immigrant Tethers. You know, are down homosexual. You see what I'm saying? So we got to understand that. So we're going to get into this next little bit of clip, man. We almost hit the goal. I think we got 5 people in today's live stream. All we need is 5 more of the family to go ahead and hit that like button and to support the channel so we can hit the goal on support. So let's get 5 more of the family to support. Let's get right to this next clip. Now, let's go to these overzealous trolls that be arguing.
Keys on the track, on the track, on the track, on the track, on the track.
For the stats, I be beating the odds. In the blood, it be making me calm. Ride the turbines just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm a bomb. I'ma leave it.
And then they'll try to attribute that to all of us collectively. You see? And that's not what it is. That's not what it's supposed to be. We love TikTok Shop. You see? Let me get some of the family on here. Let's get some of the family on here, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Delmont.
Yeah, it was Delmonte Green Beans, man. Hey, can you hear me clear?
I can hear you. How you doing, brother?
How you been doing, yo? How you been doing? I ain't been able to ask you for a long time.
Yes, indeed. I've been great, man. What's been happening with you?
Man, the last time I hollered at you, I was wanting to try to put the battery in your back so you could train little mama for that range so she could tap shoulders from 6-foot football fields.
Wait, which one? Who?
Your lady. On the range training. On the range training. I tried to tell you a minute ago about the range training, teaching your lady.
Oh, talking about the gun range?
Yes, sir. It was a minute ago, though.
Okay, I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, but and then I've been trying to tell you, man, you need to try to look into them that bee pollen for your sinuses and all that. You got to get ahead of it on the season.
Yeah,
bee pollen crumbles.
Yeah, I do need to get on that because I be having respiratory issues and shit when the weather is real janky. Hold on, Church to God, what's up, man? Church.
A nigga named Church to God got to be the most Christian out nigga or the most zestiest nigga?
Brother, you're breaking up very badly. Yo, Church, you good? Why is your phone this bad? I can't understand what you're saying. It's not a phone, first of all. Brother, what kind of phone do you have? Why is your phone this bad?
Nigga, I'm on a tablet
There
and
you
I'm
go.
hacked by the government.
Okay, I can hear you now. All right. Good
I'm
Lord.
on
Why?
a tablet and I'm hacked by the government. Yeah, this nigga smoking K2. He already ain't in his right set of minds. That nigga said, I'm on the tablet and I'm hacked by the government. Oh yeah, you fried.
Why is the government hacking you, Church?
Because unlike the fake leaders in the community, I'm really doing things that can change our condition.
Uh-oh, let's hear it.
Well, I'm asking, like, do you know what Intrify is?
No, teach us. Teach us and lead us the way. What are you showing us that's changing the community? And you can't even have a good phone, but go ahead.
First of all, I'm on a tablet that's connected to my account. That this tablet has its own cellular network, and my tablet's.
Oh yeah, he gay. Most niggas would have said, yeah, this tablet got its own, you know what I mean, cell phone network with it. This nigga said it got its own cellular network. Yeah, he gay.
Showing us that's changing the community. And you can't even have a good phone, but go ahead.
First of all, I'm on a tablet that's connected to my account. That this tablet has its own cellular network. And my tablet speaker was on my stomach because I had the tablet sitting up on my stomach. So maybe that's why you couldn't hear me. But you are a problem in the community because you think that should be funny instead of trying to solve a problem. Stop trying to be funny to your weak ass little audience that put emojis in the fucking comments and you think that you Kevin Hart. You don't get paid for jokes.
But sir, you're the one sitting up there with a tablet on your stomach watching Tevin Campbell videos and your shit is all muffled up
with this
because you dropped baby oil on.
Nigga said he
comments.
Nigga said he on his stomach looking at his tablet watching Tevin Campbell videos. That is diabolical.
And you think that you Kevin Hart. You don't get paid for jokes.
But sir, you're the one sitting up there with a tablet on your stomach watching Tevin Campbell videos and your shit is all muffled up
with this
because you dropped baby oil all on the goddamn tablet, sir. So I would ask you to handle
you got
your
a white line.
I would ask you to handle your business before you
Get
call
a
up.
white line off your hairline. Like
now, sir. Now what
white
issue do
line.
you have? Okay, yeah. You have a janky hairline, sir. You have no hairline. So what are you
Nigga,
upset
look
about?
at your picture.
What are you, sir? What
light skin?
Sir. Stop hating me because I'm handsome. Sir.
Why are you muting me but want to talk shit?
Okay, because you're just saying sassy shit, sir.
He said, why you muting me but you want to talk shit? That nigga zesty to the motherfucker, boy. I think a lot of these niggas do be. I think niggas like Wild Savage and all these niggas will be online over aggressive and sassy and protecting women, women's rights and shit like that. Not saying nigga shit, but these niggas be gay, man. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Janky hairline, sir. You have no hairline. So what are you
Nigga,
upset
look
about?
at your picture.
What are you, sir? What
light skin?
Sir. Stop hating me because I'm handsome. Sir.
Why are you muting me but want to talk shit?
Okay, because you're just saying sassy shit, sir. What's on your mind? What are you whining about? Are you jealous because don't nobody listen to you?
I'm not whining. You don't
You
even
are
know what
whining.
Intrify.
Don't nobody listen to you, sir. Are you upset because nobody listens to you?
You don't know what Intrify is.
You don't know what listeners are because nobody listens to you.
You cannot lead these people even to a burning house.
I'm not
You worse
leading
than the
anybody. You're right. I'm not leading anybody. You're right.
Yeah,
So what's
you
the
over
problem?
here politicking. I'm gonna
What's
lift
the
you up, my
problem?
nigga.
You're right. I'm not leading anybody. So why are you mad?
I know about your 501c3. I
Yeah,
know.
you're just saying stuff, sir. You're being sassy.
No,
You're being a sassy gossiper. I'm not leading
I
anybody.
lift you up, nigga.
I'm not okay. You're being sassy. Okay. What are you upset about, sassy thing? What are you so upset about?
that you politicking with the government, calling all black people FBAs and doing bitch ass shit, but you're not helping us.
You don't have to call yourself FBA.
No, you're trying to act like all of us are
I'm not
FBA.
trying to do anything. People chose the term. I didn't force anybody to do anything. It's a term that everybody chose. I didn't do anything.
Who's everybody? Who's everybody?
Everybody, the people who got you mad. Everybody who got you mad. You mad for a reason, sir.
I don't see no council that.
Yeah, you're mad for a reason.
What council?
You're mad because this delineation is whooping your ass, sir. So it's significant enough to get you. It's got you tight and mad. Talking about you looking up shit. You up here talking about you looking up shit. So yeah, you mad. It got you mad. This delineation is powerful and it has you very mad, sir. Why are you upset with delineation?
Because even with your delineation, you don't know what Intrify is.
So who gives a shit? What does that have to do with our lineage?
That you got a white hairline, white boy.
Okay, you're just saying anything. You're being sassy. You're not even making sense.
Nigga, you don't know what.
Who cares? This is a sassy. Okay. It's a cloud.
You don't know what Intrify is.
This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is an LGBT punk. All right? This is a sassy punk who's coming to terms, struggling with his sexuality. He just wants a man to talk to. All right? This is how them dudes flirt. He doesn't have an argument. He just likes going back and forth with a man. That's why he said his tablet was on his stomach. This nigga ain't got no clothes on. He's laying in bed with no clothes on and some lotion. This is a punk, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm dead serious. This is what they do. Punks, this is how they flirt with dudes. They just try to get into weird,
they get into weird, nonsensible arguments like Wild Savage be doing. You see what I'm saying? Getting into these weird, nonsensical arguments, flirting with niggas because you struggling with your sexuality. Get your freaky ass on, dude.
nonsensical arguments with dudes that don't make no sense. What was the word he said? What was that word he kept saying? There's no rhyme or reason. He's just trying to argue as a way to flirt. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what intrified means, Tyreek, with that white stuff on your hairline. Clock that T, Tyreek, if I claws. Just saying shit. You can't lead nobody. I done follow your 5013. I done follow it, Tyreek. He just saying shit. That's a sassy punk. All right? Bussy all wide. He's mad. He wants some damn attention from a man. That's what that is when a dude is that sassy and mad.
Yeah, you gotta watch these niggas that be that sassy and mad. When you that mad, sassy online, and you just happen to be waiting for a nigga to let you up on the panel, and you get up there just flirting, angry, you need some help. You're fucked up like a football bat, son. You've been playing with Barbie dolls.
Real vibes only. Real vibes, and let's try Ladybird.
Spoiler alert, Ladybird ain't a lady, it's a dude.
Hello, Ladybird or Real Vibes?
Hello. I've been fact checking you.
Yes.
And a lot of what you're saying is false.
Like what, man?
So, yeah, the lady that Luzina, whatever.
Luzia woman, yes.
Mm-hmm. She was indigenous. She was not
she was indigenous.
African.
I didn't say she was
not
African.
Okay, so what was she?
I didn't say she was
Indian.
African. I didn't. Slow down. She was indenturous. Did you say indenturous?
No, I didn't. Go ahead, try again. So, yeah, the lady That Luzina, whatever. Yeah.
Lucia woman, yes.
She was indigenous. She was not
She was
African.
indigenous. I didn't say she was
not
African.
African. Okay, so what was she?
I didn't say she was
Indian.
African. I didn't. Slow down. She was indenturous. Did you say indenturous?
No, I didn't. Go ahead, try again. Stop being sassy with me and have a real conversation.
Ma'am, your denture's about to fall out. I just want you
And
to.
you're very sassy.
Ma'am, that's your grandson. Okay, your grandson.
That's your mammy.
Your grandson is a 23-year-old punk. All right, and you're a horrible grandmother. Okay.
That's you. You're
you raised a punk who steals out your purse to go buy pussy.
bend over.
Ma'am, you can't even pronounce your word, ma'am. You
And
can't
still
even
not
pronounce,
saying
ma'am. You can't even pronounce your words
a
correctly.
crackhead.
Your dentures
You're
are
a crack-
falling out your mouth, ma'am.
That's why you.
You an old tether. All right. You an old tether, lady bird, nothing. You a lady buzzard. All right. You're not a lady bird. You're a lady buzzard. You're an old decrepit tether, ma'am. Watch your mouth. You cannot pronounce your words correctly.
You're a mammy.
Ma'am, you sound like you're about to have a stroke. All right.
You sound like you bend over.
Ma'am, you sound like your titties are bent over and wrinkled.
You sound like you.
Ma'am, your titties look like
You
two.
sound like
your titties look like two Subway sandwiches. All right.
you came
So,
from
ma'am,
indigenous.
ma'am, you are a tether.
Island.
You are a tether, ma'am. You can't even pronounce.
Now her titties look like a bunch of soap in a sock. Her denture sliding in and out with every word. When you say Tyreek, that motherfucker sliding in and out.
Your words, okay? You need to go rub some Vicks Vapor Rub on them saggy tits and go to bed, all right? So you can breathe. You can barely breathe, all right?
Now she got them long titties wheezing and shit.
Subway sandwiches, all right?
You came
So,
from
ma'am,
indigenous.
ma'am, you are a tether.
Island.
You are a tether, ma'am. You can't even pronounce your words, okay? You need to go rub some Vicks Vapor Rub on them saggy tits and go to bed, all right? So you can breathe. You can barely breathe, all right? Miss Lady Buzzard, calm down.
You're from the island of Zesty.
And ma'am, you're from Muscatania. You're from Muscatania. Ma'am,
You're from Zesty and Musty.
ma'am, you got an old musty cooch. Ma'am, you got an old ma'am, you sound decrepit. You sound very decrepit. Ma'am, you sound like your teeth falling out and you sound decrepit. Ma'am, you sound like you have no edges and you go out with a Donna Ross Supreme wig and a dashiki. All right? You sound very old and toe up. All right. And no man, you in that house all alone yelling because ain't no man in there. Are you lonely and mad because ain't no man in there with your old ass?
You're not a man either.
Ma'am, wait, you low key sound. Are you transgender? Because you sound like an old punk.
No, you are.
You sound like an old
If
punk.
I was trans, you would.
Okay, yeah, you sound like an old
If you
punk.
was trans,
Now you're an elderly transgender person.
you would be begging on.
Okay, you are Mr. Sister. Okay,
No,
I'm listening to your voice. That's the hormones talking. Ma'am, you an old transgender. Ma'am, you got some civil rights bussy going on over there. All right, you got some Bayard Rustin hit that ass back in the day. You got some old civil rights bussy. This is an old punk. All right? That's an elderly punk. That's an old school queen. All right, Miss Nigga, calm down. That voice, that's the hormones talking. And you got your hormones off Temu because they sound like they're wearing off in mid-sentence. That's why you can't pronounce your words. Your hormone medicine is messing with you. This fool said indentureless. Y'all are not indentureless. You mean your dentures are falling out, this nigga?
Indentureless is fucking crazy.
This fool said indentureless. Y'all are not indentureless. You mean your dentures are falling out, this nigga? Get the hell out of here. This old punk talking crazy. That's an old Democrat shield punk. They're mad at the black grassroots because people didn't vote Democrat. And now your little Bucci cat check ain't coming through. You ain't getting no money from these little organizations. All right. I love TikTok Shop. I love TikTok Shop. All right.
That nigga said, Mr. Sister. Nah, that might be the funniest shit I heard. Mr. Sister? Hey, Mr. Sister, that is fucking sick.
Yeah, be mad at the people who didn't give you the right dentures. All right. Teeth all falling out. Good Lord. Man. Let me see who else we got. Any elderly punks? Any other elderly punks in here? Man.
I did a fact check. That woman is not African. She's indentureless.
Man.
I did a fact check.
He gotta chill.
That woman is not African. She's indentureless. Because it's a clause.
Sit your ass down. Man. The original. That Rohan. Is that Rohan? Rohan, is that you?
Hey, man, this is part of the segment where we end the reactions, man. We open the panels up and let's crack open a conversation if the family is open up to it, man. I'm down. If not, we're going to get the hell on up out of here. I'll give y'all at least 60 seconds to hit the link, then we up out of here. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let's get to it.
24K.
We'll be right back in just a second.
Big facts only.
Hold on. Before we go, we'll be right back in just a second, though, family.
24K. Big facts only. Oh, your bitch ass. Cry me a river so I can float the boat. I don't need a bridge, I need an open coast. But lose when I dock, I let the focus go. We made it here, ain't no need to rope a dope. Hater had to fight those years. Tears and all them lonely roses over now. Smiles the only faces that we stuck with. Living like a god, cause God said it give me comfort. Talking to the squad about building up our living structures to change the way the masses view the classes they all stuck in. Give courage to the families in the struggle. We was once them, above them, never. Better because them. Understand black elite forever. Gon' plug in. Absent and make it, concentrating on our funding. I'm sure that the end is always better than beginning. One step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon and we gon' run it to the ending. Yeah, the end is always better than beginning. One step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon and we gon' run it to the ending.
I just pray we never fall off. For this bag I can't call off. Tell me who to trust, cause it's demons on my call off. I just wanna live in abundance and be well off. Now chess pieces off of my board, cause they might tell off. Strategic moves, smell like success when I'm breezing through. We mapping moves, thinking about Jay, wish he was breathing too. Them oppositions along the road was always needed too. I had to look myself in the mirror, I've been defeated too, to see the vision, and I got clarity now. I was lost, but God, he hearing me now. Orchestrating all our steps, you hear that symphony sound. It's all specific, the mission, pray for my enemies now. The demons out, but all my angels around.
Always better than beginning.
And I'm
One
sure
step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon and we gon' run it to the ending. Yeah, the end is always better than beginning. One step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon.
They made me read book. I could read a book so quick. Like I could read 1,000 books in the fucking week.
You could do that?
Yeah, because I was like trained to read.
Damn, and because of that, they put you in special ed?
Well, in special ed, they train you.
Peace and love to everybody on the panel. What's going on, man? We got a few people up here. We got Dwight Dorsey. What's up, Dwight?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, brother. How about yourself?
Oh, man, I'm blessed, man. I'm alive, man, you know.
Hey, you can't complain there, huh? You moving around good,
not
right?
at all.
Yeah,
not at all, brother.
Good, good. We got Milestone Thoughts up in here with us. Halito Chimichukma.
Oh, CEO, what's going on?
OCO. We got 111 Truth in the building with us. What up, though?
What's the word? What's the word?
Man, I can't call it, G. What you got going on?
Shit, man. About to wash these motherfucking dishes and get outside and shit.
Oh, you off today? Damn. You know
Yeah, they
motherfuckers knocked out working Monday through Saturday.
nigga, they mad as hell too, boy. They shot me a text like I was expecting you at work today. I was like, man, that's the problem. Y'all be expecting shit instead of knowing.
You wild as hell for that.
Hey, nigga, fuck that, bro. I needed a break, my nigga. You feel
Nah,
me?
dead ass though. But yeah, what's on your mind though? Milestones, brother Dorsey, Truth, what's on your mind? Talk to me. This is the open panel section. Let's get it in.
One of the things that's concerning me is this upcoming election. And I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I'm kind of torn because basically Democrats ain't doing nothing for us. So I'm kind of like, why waste my time with them? But and then also, Republicans, they have no respect for us, and they basically are, well, let's just be real, racist against the black community.
Nah, they is, brother. And shout out to you, brother Dorsey. Tell the people where you from. I believe this is my first interaction with you, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but I believe this is our first interaction. Shout out to you. Tell the people where you from. Give a little bit about your background. And
okay, I'm a proud FBA. That means Foundational Black American. My people are from Tougaloo, Mississippi. That's right outside of Jackson, Jackson State University. I went to school in Jackson State University. If anybody who's from Jackson, I remember when the Black Wall Street used to be on Ferry Street in downtown Jackson. I remember when the black community, we had black lawyers, black doctors, everything all on that one street. So we had interaction with those type of role models every day. And unfortunately, because the U.S. government was at an act of war against the black community, they destroyed a lot of these prosperous economic zones that we had established throughout the South. And now a lot of black men are trying to be entrepreneurs and trying to establish themselves, with some kind of their own career, because they realize there's a lot of racism in corporate America. I used to be a part of corporate America. I mean, I have some stories I could tell you, but it's not about me. It's about the FBA community.
Nah, it's about us Americans, man. Whether you claim FBA, which I respect, my Aboriginals, my American Indian communities, and I respect all the titles. But as long as we know that we the people of this land, you see what I'm saying? I believe it's one of the most important things. But y'all got it. Go ahead.
One thing I want to establish is, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm 64 years old. Okay, so I moved out here to Los Angeles, California. So this is where I live now, in Los Angeles. Okay, when I first came from Mississippi, people used to ask me, where you from? I used to just say, I'm from the South, New Orleans. They said, but where? I was ashamed to say Mississippi. I was ashamed to say Tougaloo, Mississippi, because I felt like it was the middle of nowhere. You understand where I'm coming from? Being from the South, right?
So you would claim a hold of the larger city that would be closer to you. So you probably, claim Jackson growing up. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly.
Right.
But
yeah, a lot of people do that. That's normal.
But then with the FBA movement, I mean, I became aware of the movement about maybe 3 years ago. Okay. With the FBA movement, it gave me pride to say I'm from Tougaloo, Mississippi, because Tougaloo is Choctaw for Two Creeks, Mississippi. That's the band that my grandmother is from. That's the Indian band. And my grandfather my grandfather, he's a Jenner Choctaw. That's how they met up. So when they say FBA, we have no distinction. We come, we got people in our family that's charcoal black all the way to shades of yellow.
Right. And like I say, I'm glad that people are getting in tune with it because I think it's a beautiful thing. But when we start talking about us as a whole, because it's not a movement, right? FBA, which is Foundational Black Americans / Aboriginal Indigenous Americans, ain't a movement. It's just us waking it up and realizing the lineage that we was reclassified from multiple times. So we just getting into our bag. The movement is delineation. That's the movement. You see what I'm saying? By specifying that we're different than these other melanated foreign groups that's coming over here. You see what I'm saying? Because they like to say that it's a movement, it's an organization, and things of that nature. You feel what I'm saying? It's just a lineage, a proud lineage, might we say, a proud lineage that we're proud of. You see what I'm saying?
Well, most people call it bloodlines.
Right.
You so we have a proud bloodline, man. All throughout the South, people from Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, South Carolina, North Carolina, Arkansas, Texas, Oklahoma. We know who we are. We know who our grandmothers and our grandfathers are, great grandpappies, and where we come from. And we were the one who built this country. They like, well, what did you Black Americans did? We built Washington D.C. twice.
Facts.
They burned it down and we rebuilt it.
Facts. Facts. You understand what I'm saying? And like I said, that's why I'm saying you ain't doing nothing but dropping pure facts right now, brother. You cooking. You are cooking, big brother. And we got to be able to observe these particular understandings. We need everybody. If everybody had this same perspective, everything would be running a lot smoother. You know what I'm saying? But that's why we do these live streams. That's why we have these discussions. That's why we have these rallies, these powwows, these get-togethers, so we can elaborate and convey to the family what we're trying to say, what this is all about, the importance of claiming your Indigenous, Aboriginal, and FBA lineage. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. But one thing I would like to iterate.
Yes, sir.
I noticed the decline of the Black community as far as our education and standards. It started when we started integrating the schools, especially the lower grades. Because one thing I noticed with my grandchildren, none of the teachers that they had in elementary school was Black, and especially no Black men. So there was nobody at their young developmental age to give them a proper Black education of who we were and what our people accomplished. And then by the time they get to high school, they ain't telling you nothing. They ain't telling you nothing that's gonna help you in life.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
You're absolutely right. And why would they teach you? Think about it. Let's think about it. We're in a class system where it's a hierarchy and everybody's racing to be on top. Why would someone that you're potentially going to get in an economic race raise up your children to go against their children in an equal format? You see what I'm saying? So they would never give you the full allegiance of education and teaching to our people. They would never want our people to raise up to go against their people and be a lot more intelligent than their people. So the overcoming of education got to be back bestowed into our hands, into the Aboriginal / FBA hands. We got to create our own format. You understand what I'm saying? Backed up by our own consensus that is now utilizing our Western education, teaching the true history and understanding of who we are. At least that should be bare minimum.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's cultural differences that when we were growing up as kids that made things let's just say that made things foggy on what a Black man should be. You understand what I'm saying?
Based off of what y'all seen, right?
Right. Two things that, as a black man growing up, two things that I knew what black men love to do. And they both started with an F.
Fucking fight. I mean, I don't know if that's right, but I mean, I don't know.
I mean, think about it. We're some of the greatest warriors, at boxing, martial arts, full contact sports, all of that. And our women, I'm talking about FBA women. I'm not talking about those what's those passport bros and all that. When I was coming up, I went to college. The black community made it, my elders made it so that I was able to go and get a college degree with no conflicts, no obstacles, everything that they put in front of the black youth today. When I went to school, a college education was $700 a year. That's books included.
Oh, you're an OG. You're an OG.
Man, I'm gonna tell you how OG I am. When I was coming up, rent was $60 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment, and gas was 57 cents a gallon. That's what I'm talking about.
Out of here. My bad. Excuse my language, Elder.
So I have to give props to this generation because, man, ain't no way in the world could we have been able to accomplish the things we accomplished with what y'all got to put up with today.
And now we got to give credit to y'all generation, man, for standing up for what we got today, because a lot of y'all fought for that, man. So shout out to y'all, man, for doing y'all thing, the OGs, man. And we like the OGs.
Well, yeah,
and what's more important is the OGs being in tune with the upkeep and the evolving of the culture and the understanding of the new information as well. And you seem like you're very in tune. So we appreciate that, brother, nonetheless. Hey, but before we continue, I do want to allow a few of the other brothers to get on the panel.
Yeah, let the other brothers. You just wanted to know my background, so I'm just giving you background.
Definitely wanted to get some background from you, and I appreciate you for coming through the panel. And everybody drop a fire emoji in the chat for the OG down fool in your eyes. Shout out to the OG, man. Hey, man, what's the word, Smokey?
Salute. Hey, man, shout out to the channel, to the panel, and to the chat, bro. Power to the motherfucking people. What's going on?
Man, we just cooking a little bit, man. Just had a good build. I think we put in about 2 hours and 30 minutes, and reacted to a few videos with Tethers and Immigrants, and so we kind of piggybacking off of those conversations. But yeah, man, Truth, Milestone, anything y'all want to add into the conversation that y'all heard the brother spill about, or what y'all heard throughout the live stream so far? Y'all more than welcome.
Oh man, I appreciate what you said. Hold on, man. My phone messing up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, brother. Yes, sir.
All right. No, I was just saying I appreciate what he was saying, the things that they went through and the how he made it through. It was a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. We got to bring those standards back. I think that's part of it was something that was always, I used to hear coming up, was moral codes and ethics is something that we got to live by. And those are something that we're taught at a young age. We got to bring back those moral codes and ethics.
I did hear the brother say he think integration was kind of like a terrible disposition for the people. I was wondering, when you were first born, was it already integrated?
Brother,
when I was coming up, brother, I was born in 1962. So by the time I got to the first grade, that was in like 1967, 1968. It had just touched the Jackson, Mississippi school system. In the first grade, we had white kids in our classrooms. By the second grade, there were no white kids in our classrooms. Them white people pulled their kids out and established what is called council schools. And they started using those tax dollars. They funneled those tax dollars to establish what you would consider a charter school. See, they invented ways not to have to be with us. And that was in 1968.
So in other words, you saying that integration was an economical ploy used by the system to enhance the furtherance of the education of the white folks while under the auspices of being or indulging in some type of integration. But they pulled out, but were still funneling the funds to support their own endeavors. That's your assessment.
Yeah, that's pretty much. Both my parents were school teachers, okay, but they also had their own outside businesses. So, because my parents had an enhanced income, we lived a little bit above the standard. We were the upper middle income. So when my mom and dad got a divorce, for whatever reason, my mom wanted to move into the white neighborhood. So I was still going to public school, whereas everybody in my neighborhood who was white was going to what was called a council school. I mean, we hung out together, played together, and everything, but we did not go to school together. Anybody from Jackson, if they're listening, they'll know. I'm talking over by Valley North at that time, and it was over by Lake Hyco. That was a dividing line. It was a big old lake in the middle of the city that divided the whites from the blacks.
Right.
Yeah, you put me up on game because I didn't know that they tried to mask integration as some type of amalgamation between the different demographics.
Oh, we should all get along type shit.
Right, and then they pulled the fuck out. I didn't know. I didn't know they pulled out and was still channeling those funds. Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, integration.
Me neither.
Yeah, under that particular movement, yeah, you can see how it was detrimental, the integration shit, because it allowed them to bust that type of move, still getting funded, but not even really integrating. That's crazy.
Right. And so what they did was the best teachers went to the council schools because they had a better salary. The worst teachers were left in the Jackson. Well, I'm talking about white teachers. The worst white teachers were still working for the Jackson public schools. And when I say worse, I mean, look at it this way. We're talking about communists. We're talking about people, feminists. Anything with the is in it, that's what they sent. That included racists, bigots, and everything else, sexists, and everything else that goes along with it. So they sent us the worst of the white folks.
That makes sense. That makes all the perfect sense. It's almost like a retaliation from the winning prior to happened, 20 years prior to that, with the Brown versus the Board of Education. You see what I'm saying? That was a win, but in retaliation, it was the integrate. But there was, like you said, they was backtracking and pulling out, and also directly funneling the money for their endeavors. while depriving the Negro integrated schools.
Right.
That's crazy.
So when they sent these white teachers under the guise of being liberal, you see where I'm coming from? They said they was liberal, meaning that they were liberating our minds and letting us see about other things. So then now you got people talking about free love, meaning having sex, you know, and all this other thing. Got to remember the period that we was coming through. Then also drugs. You got to understand that was also introduced to them into the school system under the DARE program.
Right. Well, explain that TERR program, because we may not be familiar. I'm not familiar with that. So can you explain that a little bit? And is anybody familiar with that program on the panel before he explains?
What you mean, the DARE program or the other program?
The program that brought the drugs in.
Oh, okay. The DARE program was introduced by the police department. And
what's the name of that? I can't hear you. Your accent. What do you say? The DARE?
DARE. D-A-R-E.
Oh, okay. DARE. I remember the DARE program. Yeah, I remember the DARE. Okay.
Okay, so they started little pilot projects of the DARE program. Okay, you know, they have to start the little programs, the little project, the little pilot programs to see how it works out and so forth. So then it did work out, because what their objective was not to make they made the black community aware of drugs. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, they like, hey, look, there's these new shit you might not know about called drugs, and it makes you feel this way and this thing and this thing. So by the time you started seeing it, it makes you curious to experience it. It's almost like a psych plan, MK Ultra in real time.
Right. So you have to understand, in the white neighborhoods, they had the excellent doctor care, right? They had paid insurance. So when their mothers or brothers or whatever, when they went to the doctor and said, hey, I have a headache, the doctor did not question them. He just wrote them whatever they wanted. So then, because of this, during the 70s, a teenage white child could go in the medicine cabinet and get them some Red Devils and some Molly, some volumes,
some
and had access to their parents' liquor cabinet. So then they were able to experiment with the drugs.
Was the black doctors that y'all had in y'all community coming up, was they doing that stuff?
Oh no, black doctors would never do that to us.
Because you said that you had a lot of black doctors and stuff in your neighborhood.
Right, we have, but see, you got to understand, these black doctors knew our families for generations. They delivered us.
Right, that's the difference too. That is the difference too.
You know, they saved our lives. They weren't trying to just get a paycheck. They were doing something for the community, along with the lawyers. Along with a black lawyer, if you had a black lawyer, he gonna make sure that that all your economic rights were respected. Couldn't do nothing about your civil rights, but as far as your property and everything that was important, because back then white folks was stealing black folks' land.
That's when them squatter rights started being heavily used during those times.
Right. So what happened is the black lawyers were more focused on protecting your property, so that they could not come under behind and say you didn't pay your taxes or you didn't do this. That's why they kept on saying, oh, you got to pay a poll tax, when they wanted to keep us from voting. Did you pay your poll tax? So by the time you would walk over to City Hall to get proof that all your taxes was up to date, you would have to stand back in line, and by that time they would close up the voting booth. That was the tactics that they used.
Now you cooking, brother. Yeah, man. That's incredible to start hearing it from a perspective of someone that kind of grew up in the direct aftermath of a lot of this deprivement and partially.
Well, another thing that happened was my mom, her name is Dorothy Benford, so you can Google her name for Jackson, Mississippi. She was heavily into the politics. She was into the teachers union. She was into the local politics and the state politics. And she also was involved with Mike Espy, who was the senator. But a lot of stuff went down, and she got a little bit disfranchised with the Democratic Party because she saw the corruption that was going on as far as with the money.
Nah, that's dope.
You know, white
Oh
candidates.
yeah, you said you found was it your granddaddy and your grandmama was Choctaw?
Yeah, Hattie Bell Dorsey out of Tougaloo, Mississippi.
That's on your mama's side or your daddy's side?
That's on my daddy's side. On my mom's side, they come out of the Delta, the Mississippi Delta.
Okay. Did you find any indigenous roots?
As far as my grandma and them side, man, we own 400 acres of land outside of Star, Mississippi. That's about 47 miles outside of Jackson. That is the family land. On my grandma's side. On the my grandfather's side, as far as on my dad's side, his father was from Jenner, Louisiana, outside of New Orleans. So, however they met up, if you look at my thumbnail, I don't know if you can see it or not. Can you see my thumbnail?
Yes, a picture of some
okay.
Yes, a picture, like a family portrait or something.
Okay. If you can enlarge it and get a little bit, that's my grandparents. That's their first dry cleaners. That baby is my father. So we're talking about 1929, during the time of the Depression, when Black folks had our own stores, our own dry cleaners, our own movie theaters, everything. We were we had our own economic bubble when the Depression hit. We were eating good. Black people was eating good during the Depression because we had our own infrastructure.
Years, when you study the Great Depression, you will understand their Great Depression was your Great Elevation. It was a different time.
Exactly. One thing about it is, when white folks start doing bad, Black folks start doing good. You'll notice that. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. We hear you loud and clear. Yes, sir. Just letting you cook so there ain't no feedback.
Okay, so when we had to go through all, remember Little Rock, the kids trying to get into the high school back in Little Rock in 1958, I think it was.
Yeah, I remember that story.
Okay, President Eisenhower stepped in and sent in federal troops to make sure that them students were not harassed when they went into the school, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that Eisenhower's great grandmother was a Black woman?
I mean, it ain't so far-fetched Cause the further back we go in the history, the darker this shit get. Politics, economics, agriculture, you name it. The darker it gets, the farther you go back. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt that he
Exactly.
had a dark skinned grandma, black grandma.
So when things get bad, we have how can I say? We have agents already planted in white society. You know, back in the day, we used to call them high yellow or passing, right? And I'm glad these people don't reveal themselves to white society, because we need them people to tell us what they planning. Because they, you know, those people always come and tell us what the next thing that they finna come up with. We just don't believe that the white person have the audacity to do such a thing.
Hey, brother, man, real quick, can I just enlighten you just on something you said earlier? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, listen.
I want to let them cook now.
No, I just wanted to say one thing, what I heard him say. Listen, when you showed your family, and you said your family ran a Great Depression, they had dry cleaners, and they always had that. White people, we was always up until white people found a way to put us down. So it wasn't that they went down and we went up. We was the ones running this shit. So their come up was by using the Great Depression for the birth certificates and to take all the gold from the Aborigines. You understand what I'm saying? That's when the Federal Reserve was founded. That's when they came up. Prior to that, they was the ones eating the porridge. Niggas wasn't eating porridge. Niggas had fucking 10 side dishes every night. Cabbage, sweet potatoes, whatever. You understand? I just wanted to just add that to a book. Continue cooking, bro. Peace to the guys.
That young man brings up an excellent point. But you have to give it to the brothers, the real brothers who was stepping up and was looking at reality. Brothers like Booker T. Washington. You know who that was, right?
Yeah.
Booker T. Washington believed that the black community should build their own infrastructure, meaning we have our own grocery stores, our own churches, everything that we need to survive as a community. That's why the white folks kept burning it down, like Rosewood, Tulsa, because we were independent of them. When we are independent on them, we roll up our sleeves and we get to work.
Right, and that's why you started having these tethers like Marcus Garvey trying to persuade niggas that they need to leave.
Yeah, we was always independent, you know. Their hatred come from them being slaves and come from them not having nothing. Their hatred don't come from that they control you. Their hatred came from you having shit. You already had things established. You already had an economical industry, and they had nothing. You understand? So it ain't like so even whatever Booker T said is what niggas already have. Niggas already have all of that.
Okay, so understand this. For over 200 years, Europeans sent over their deviant gene pool, meaning the worst of the worst, to America, Australia, and all around the world. They sent us their trash. So that is the reason why we got trash behavior out of them.
Yeah, but they didn't have at that point in time. They didn't have no dominion or dominance. We always had our own shit. Even when they was at their low, walking around here with potato sacks on and going out to the west.
Remember, they almost starved to death as a colony until we decided to help them by providing them with foods and how to get wild turkey and eat yams and all the stuff that we were eating as an indigenous people.
Yeah, and that came, but
some
they
of
was
them actually did starve to death. You know what I mean?
They didn't know. They didn't know the land. They didn't live in the areas where food grew at, because that was our areas. They couldn't live in them areas. They couldn't just set up shop next to you because that land was owned by somebody. So they couldn't just come in and get set. They couldn't. So the way that they did it was by creating these race riots, but these race riots was only by them doing what you call recon, going, oh, it's niggas live over there. All right, we gonna form a bunch of good old boys or whatever. And they doing that out of genetic survival. They're not doing that. They're not doing that because that they hated you. Technically, they did hate you, but technically they was doing that for survival. They wasn't doing it.
Well, yeah, because of the economic competition here in America.
But there wasn't no competition because they didn't own nothing. You see what I'm saying? They didn't own it. It ain't no competition. Ain't no white people just pulling up on boats and just gonna move in your neighborhood where you own the land at. You understand? Most of the settlements where our people lived at, we owned that land. None of that land was up for sale. You understand? So it's like they just can't pull up right there. A lot of them were slaves, man. A lot of them were slaves that was all that after the Civil War, they was set free, or they was either set free, or they was even told to go west, or they was even told to go back on the plantations where they originally started from. That's why a lot of cases. That's why a lot of cases white people lived in such close proximity, because a lot of them was working for you. When you see the movie Rosewood, they want to tell you the movie Rosewood and make you think that the blacks there were slaves and the white people was dominant. No, the white people was the slaves and the blacks was dominant. And they put the memo out to try to take this land so that they can own it. That's why most of the land white people live on is abandoned land. You see what I'm saying? Abandoned land, because they had nothing. And then from even the civilization we had, no foreigner can come here and own nothing. It ain't like a joker get off a boat and say, all right, I'm gonna take that land right there for myself. No, you could take the land out west where there's nothing out there except tumbleweed blowing. You can have that. You got anything out west, you can have that. You can't have nothing within the proximity east of the Mississippi River. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times when you do see white people living in proximity to you, because they were slaves, and they could, and not even when I'm saying even after the outgrow of slavery, right? They were servants, my nigga. They were servants. Slaves, they went from slaves to being servants, or if you want to say employees, you can say employees, but that's how they got in close proximity. And then they started plotting on us because they knew that they was never going to be able to own nothing. They was never going to be able to own no land. Because according to the law that we have here, nobody can sell them land. So even another Aborigine, if he got caught selling a white person land, he would get murdered. And the person that he sold the land to would get murdered, and they take the land back. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, through the Rothschilds funding the Civil War, right? Which they put a battery in a lot of these white slaves back to revolt against their slave owners, right? But once they did that, they realized that they didn't have nothing. They realized they didn't have nothing. So they funded the industry that was built from the United States of America after 1865. So it's a lot of stuff that we see. We see our people thriving in the 1900s. We thinking white people ain't giving you shit. That land has always been your people land. You understand? Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, I'm hearing. Keep on. You talking?
So it's like they never gave us nothing. We have always been in control of this all the way up until after the 1950s, when Martin Luther King started to do this integration shit. We never needed to integrate with them. They tricked Martin Luther King to get us to integrate with them, to leave our land and move into the settlements that they was funded, that they used the money from the Rothschilds and from these other 13 families that started to take land and started to take the identities of the original people who had them identities. You understand what I'm saying? Like Jacob Astor was a nigga. J.P. Morgan Chase was a nigga. All of these people was black. And they killed a lot of these people and took these people identity, my nigga. You understand? So when we say we had technology and civilization, white people ain't give a shit. How white people gonna come to your land and then sell you or tell you where you can go or where you can live at on your land? That's why when you see what's the shit called? The Indian Removal Act, man, that's all bullshit, bro. How somebody gonna remove you from your land and go tell you, oh, the whole land from the Pacific to the Atlantic, and then from Mexico all the way up to Alaska and Canada was ours. So can't no foreigners come here and have dominion and tell you where you need to go at. That's why most time, even when you see the Indian Removal Act, most of the black people still reside in the same areas where they always lived at. So, you know, the more these people teach you, the more you think you learn it from them is the more they dumbing you down. And they're using this information is used as warfare and wage war on you mentally, you know what I'm saying, which we lost our identity. We start feeling inferior because of the stories that they telling, and then we fall for the banana in the tailpipe all the time. You know, I wanted to say, because I'm gonna probably do a build on this weekend. You know, AP,
I'm here.
your boy back up to his old tricks again. I'm gonna go in on him this weekend. I was gonna do it last weekend, but I had to work. But he said, oh man, you know, America was it wasn't just Negroes here. It was all of these other people here too.
Who said that?
You already know. I don't even need to say no names. Old Costa Rican guy.
Oh, the wetback Mexican dude.
Yeah, talking about, oh, it was white people here. Same shit that Keith K with Iowa was talking about or whatever. Now all of a sudden he's trying to do this old nah, nigga, the Aborigines, them niggas
How these new Indian niggas look up to dude too, so you gonna have some.
So yeah, I'm gonna go in on them because I don't like I said, my nigga. Yeah, these people are not even indigenous. They're not indigenous. These are people. These are more freeloading people who, at some point in time, was under subjection. That's when we see the Quetzalcoatl, or you want to whatever you want to call them, holding up the wetback. These motherfuckers are not indigenous to this land, my nigga. They're not Autochtons. They're not Aborigines. That's why I tell motherfuckers, all Indians are not Aborigines or Autochtons. And they can't even be Indians because even the word Indian go back to the word Aborigine. So for you to even claim to be an Aborigine, you have to claim to be an Indian, you have to be technically an Aborigine. You can't, it goes back, the word goes right back to Aborigine. So you can't technically, you're not even.
Aborigines is the ones directly tied to the creation of these cities that we living in today. And
that's right.
Technology. See, if you're not Aborigine, you're not tied to these cities.
That's right. Or you're not. But listen, AP. Listen. You can't be an Indian without being an Aborigine. So a lot of these motherfuckers that's running around here calling themselves Indians, these Native Americans and all this, that, and the third, they're not even Indians. So if you showing some mixed people, because we already know the original people who was down in Mexico, or you want to call it not the Iberian Peninsula.
You can say the southern parts of North America, if you want.
The southern parts of North America, right? Or you want to call it Central America, because really Canada and Alaska will be north.
I mean, technically, Texas is considered north.
Yeah. But you understand what I'm saying? We look at north because these people that created these demarcation lines and these borders cutting off Alaska and Canada from the rest of the land. So an idiot would say, oh, Alaska is a whole nother continent. No, it's not. Nigga, it's America.
It's a state, yeah.
It's a state. That's right. But these, remember, at one point in time, these was countries. On the continent, most continents got other countries within the continent. So they created states, but they was really countries. Just like Virginia was a country, Maryland was a country, Georgia was a country. Well, Florida was.
They still kind of operate like countries, or what we would say
Exactly.
a state is, because it has a governor, has a mayor, it has commissioners, it has government. You see what I'm saying? But
So
it's
a lot of
all united now. You see what I'm saying?
they all together, but a lot of, like, even when you look at the Iroquois Confederacy, right? Each of them 5 or it was 6, each of them 6 so-called
6 different governments.
But they all had like 4 or 5 what we call states under each one of them groups. So like the Tuscarora would have had, like, 4 states, which probably would have been North Carolina, South Carolina.
It wouldn't have been all, and they would have had areas in that state.
But they show you no. When you look it up, it shows you each one of the confederacies what land that they held. And we're not talking about like, okay, they just insert.
You're looking at it from a 5 civilized tribe type shit.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
What I'm saying is the Tuscarora is the last one to actually become a part of the 5 civilized tribes, and that was only after the Tuscarora War. A lot of them niggas was traders that moved up north and got with the civilized tribe, and some of the Tuscarora stayed in that particular area in the Carolinas. You see, but also in that area you got Geechee in the Carolinas, which is a large nation. You got Yamasee, which is a huge nation, and then people can even throw in maybe even the Lumbee or the Petey. You feel?
But But listen, check it out.
Aurora, though.
Look, even the Geechee and the Gala was Yamasee and Timacombet. They only going. Remember, the whole coast from South Carolina to Florida was called the Gullah Coast. The people who lived around the Oglala just took on that term, but that wasn't a separate tribe from what was going on. The people who lived in the Oglala River still was Yamasee or Timacombet.
Listen, I don't even believe in all that Ogeechee or Meechee, all that shit, man. Listen, man, if it ain't no mound builders and they not considered them, they not that rich.
Mounds, but it's mounds, AP. It's mounds all through all of that.
I don't agree with them pseudo ass names and shit.
AP, what's a civilized tribe?
One that converted to English rule and religion and authority.
Yeah. Christianity, yes. Them was the traders. That's how you know.
One that was became Christianized.
Yeah, exactly.
Baptized. That's why you get a whole new baptized birth records in the early days, because it lets you know your allegiance.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So,
and the question is, if they call the civilized ones Indians, what did they call the other ones? See, that's a whole nother story. We'll get into that in another note.
But they only civilized according to them acquiescing to this fucking religion. Because remember, they say, remember what they teach you. They teach you. So look, you could be civilized right now. You could be driving a Corvette. You could be living in a loft. You could be fucking. You could have a fucking airplane. But if you're not Christian, then you're a heathen. Then that means that, you understand what I'm saying? That even today, they still
right. You could be the president of your government, dripped out in gold with a big castle. You're a heathen.
Yeah. You still a heathen. So it's like don't think that civilization is only according to them being the ones that they the ones that tell you who's civilized and who not civilized.
Right. After that term is when you started hearing a lot of these little terms and shit like that. You see what I'm saying? So
it's a lot, man.
Like Choctaw, and in the English, Choctaw means flathead
or chocolate. It's a bunch of it's 20 different names for Choctaw, but these are the ones that people equate themselves to because the information has been so watered down, and a lot of people last name is connected to a tribal or not a tribal group, but the people like who was residing in certain areas. So it's like, we look at this shit according to how these people reconstructed the history and told people how the history was. See, these people are the ones that's making this shit up. And then they even got Indians confused today, the people who claiming they Indian. And see, you got to go through all of that. You got to go through. No, what I'm saying is this. Remember, a lot of this information out there is shit that was written by these Europeans, and it's confusion. Because remember,
Yeah, I know. That's what I've been trying to say for the last week, that a lot of these indigenous, aboriginal, and Indian brothers got it confused. They kind of slow.
almost 8 years, my nigga. Since eight. I've been saying it since I started learning around 2016, but we've been saying this shit since 2018, man. And a lot of people who came into this shit challenged a lot of stuff that we was talking about, and now they're claiming it. You know what I'm saying? Because they know there's no you ain't gonna have no success, my nigga, by going against the grain, my nigga. You thinking
Right.
you know what I'm saying? And that's what I say, like, even with a nigga like look, even with
Yeah,
a
like
nigga.
I remember when Root Words used to go against black and aboriginal. You know what I mean? We had to literally beat that into his consciousness. You know what I mean? Time and time again, teaching these brothers.
Bro, we had listen, my nigga. All of these niggas now, or whatever, they all go by what we said. None of these people actually, people got their own independent research. And I say that they got, but the whole foundation was laid down by a lot of us. And I'm saying that, and I challenge anybody who got anything to say about it. Nobody's talking about no living in no buildings. Nobody was talking about no businesses. Nobody was talking about none of this shit.
No,
You
nobody was
understand?
talking about the sciences at all.
Pyramids,
Talking about
nothing.
the deep sciences. Nobody was
But
talking about metallurgy. Nobody was talking about agriculture to the extent irrigation in unirrigatable places. Nobody was talking about the apartment complexes going back 2,000 years, super highways found. You know what I mean?
hoodies, pants, pyramids.
Come on now, that's the most indigenous
land.
shit that you can wear right now is a pair of pants and a hoodie. That's the most indigenous shit you can throw on, man. It's the oldest indigenous shit too, man.
Look, robes or any of that shit, my nigga. We the ones that laid a lot of that. We laid that shit down. Wasn't nobody talking about that. And I know because I was here. Niggas was just talking about some tribal bullshit, trying to get you to acquiesce to that by saying that all these Indians, and then showing you the pictures of some wild savage Indians. Meanwhile, your family living in a motherfucking city, and they showing you pictures. While these pictures is surfacing, your people living in a goddamn city. But then they want you to believe this shit, like, oh, this is what Indians really is. Nah, nigga. A lot of niggas got that.
Remember when you was like, man, we live in castles. and shit.
Can I interject? I interject?
Yeah, for sure.
My grandparents didn't live in the city. Like I said, we had 400 acres of land outside of Jackson, 27 miles, starting Mississippi. So
Yeah, but
you have to understand. You have wait, hold on. You have to understand what you guys had to go through is regional. What we have to go through is regional. People out west got to go through stuff that's regional. We have different type of situations in each region of the country. Up north, you guys are a lot more organized and so forth because you guys have access to a better education or awareness. By the time we became,
not necessarily. I'm gonna say not necessarily.
Let them finish, brother, please. Just let them finish.
Okay, go ahead, Cook.
We got our education through the HBCUs, meaning historically black colleges. Our colleges didn't make us aware of our heritage, and at the time we were under the misconception of our African heritage. Nobody focused on the indigenous people that was here. They focused on the African people. over
But
there.
let me, all right, okay. So let me add this to that. The HBCUs came from the Tuscaloosa Indian School. That was one of them. The Cherokee Indian School. So all them HBCUs was never called HBCUs until now. So these are schools that been functioning in Indian territory. So when I say city, I don't mean like a structural city like New York City. I mean a civilization. Yeah, my father from the South. We know that people live and they don't live on top of each other. You may have your land and then somebody else may be living maybe fucking 1,000 feet from
I
you.
catch what you're saying now. I catch what you're saying now.
But I'm talking about
Because
TPs. When you see TPs, you see niggas living in a goddamn lot with 20 TPs, with 200 TPs living next to each other. They ain't got no running water. They ain't got no sewer system. They ain't got nothing. So I mean civilization. Civilization is still
Well,
you have a
city,
house,
like you
a
said,
house,
a
but it don't
community.
have to be next. You from the South, AP. You know now you go in certain parts of Tennessee, it's like a city, but then it's still the outskirts of it
Yeah,
where it's
so
still functional.
a city becomes a city because of the multiple sections of communities. And
Yeah,
communities is just a bunch of families that is obviously in commerce and understanding with one another. And that's what it is. A bunch of communities that eventually turned into city states. Start having
exactly.
houses, buildings and municipal buildings, barber shops usually was the first allocated thing. But yeah, man, it's a lot to this, man. But was
You and
people
you still.
on that
But
at a certain
let me
time?
ask you this though.
And like the
Let me
brother
ask
was,
you this.
hold on, and
Let
like
me
the brother
ask you. Okay, all right, go ahead.
and
My
like,
bad.
and like
Go ahead.
and like the brother was saying, uh, they was being taught about Africa. And by the way, we my generation dealt with the ramifications of y'all being taught by Africa, because by virtue, that's some of the thought process that we had adopted coming up as well. And so going against a perspective that was allocated to you at a young age and directly challenging that with accurate information and being able to articulate that with source and references is a dynamic switch within the understanding of each generation, and particularly yours, brother, down uh, in your eyes, in comparative to mine, which I was born in the 90s, right? So this is what you can see the comparative studies. But my bad, go ahead, A1.
So what I was saying, so look, even with the HBCUs, when you go back and look, when the general education system was formed, right, by Nelson Rockefeller and Frederick T. Gates, right, they had certain mission statements, right. The first mission was to get the people to go to like a university. I mean, elementary, like the elementary from K through 12, right, and then they also had another stage where they started to become philanthropists of these HBCUs. But before the HBCUs, remember they was agriculture and technology, or agriculture and machinery school. So once these people became philanthropists, then they started to insert this whole "we came from Africa" shit and all this other stuff in them schools. You understand what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
originally,
yeah. Like I said, that whole repatriation came up under the secret of the anthropological studies, which ultimately gave the cultural perspective onto what we now get today, which is Africa, African culture, African societies, the slave story. That started to take place, like you said, in the late 1900s, when schools was really being established and all over in Negro territories. It was
yep,
those. Yeah, that's when you start getting
Okay,
into your
so
That's when you start getting into your W.E.B. Du Bois, your Franz
yep.
Boas, your Zora Hill Hutchinson,
right.
and all these particular people. But go ahead, y'all. My bad.
So even when, let me say the last thing to what you said too, right? So you say that people is more educated to communicate with certain lingo and everything, but education is resources. Education is survival. So the difference from us in the South and the difference from the North and the South is most of us is educated with how do I want to say, with literature and all this stuff. The people in the South is educated with skills. They got
And
survival
resource.
skills. They know how to fish. They know how to farm. They know how to fix cars. They know how to do carpentry. They know how to do certain things. People in the North don't know how to do that. So you can't say that because people in the North, they're more educated according to the general education system. Y'all more educated according to a time or Aboriginal survival. And Aboriginal survival don't have to be a motherfucker hiding out in a goddamn tree waiting for a deer to run by. Aboriginal survival could just be you got the knowledge that was passed down from your ancestors on how to survive. Now they teach you how to.
Yeah, that knowledge that you get from working. That's what true resources is.
That's
Food,
right.
clothing, and shelter. And you can
Food,
add
fire, water, and shelter. Yeah.
but yeah, that's what ultimately survival and civilization is. So a lot of people in the South, that's part of the people up north religion as well. You see
No.
what I'm saying?
But they've
So
been stripped
it
of
just
it.
kind of got strayed away due to industrialism and indoctrination as well. So and the heavy influx of immigrants, which played a
Bro, my
huge
boy,
effect
look,
as well.
my boy got land in South Carolina. He plant watermelons. So what he do is he go down there and bring up a whole truckload of watermelons and sell them. You understand what I'm saying? The huge watermelons that weigh probably about 50 pounds, my nigga. Like you understand what I'm saying? And he sell it. And that's commerce. It may not be the most prettiest commerce of somebody online selling stuff or whatever, though, but enough people come by to support that brother. And then see, even now, right? If you had land, you ain't gotta focus on everything. You could just have a walnut farm.
Yeah,
And then you could
yeah, just observe your land, get it detailed and observe and scan by whatever. And then see, land is what you call a hard asset. Some people will overlook it as an asset at all, but it's a hard asset. It doesn't change and fluctuate like stocks do. You see what I'm saying? And
man, you gotta make the land work for you. You gotta
yeah,
have just like even if you got land and then you sell some of the land so people can use it and put businesses on it, you still have to have things that's tangible that grows on that land for you to be able to come up with commerce. So it's like, some people kept their land for themselves, some people sold out their land. So you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that's all I was saying, brother. I know everybody, like even with what I just said, like, a lot of brothers in the South, they are educated differently. So don't think because a brother may not be able to they know how to articulate themselves, but they may not, we may look at them and be like, I don't look at them like that. I look at them like these niggas are resourceful brothers. They're resourceful because we don't have that resources. We gotta go to the government. You gotta go.
I mean,
You can't.
even in the Great Migration from the South to the North, a lot of brothers went up north and got good jobs based off of their handiwork and using machinery, tools, and agriculture. You know what I'm saying? They got good jobs. You know what I'm saying?
But and also a lot of the people who came up north, they came up north because of the KKK. They was forced up. A lot of people was forced up north,
I don't
and they.
necessarily agree with that.
You don't think so?
No, I'm from Tennessee, less than 3 miles from Pulaski County.
Well, you up here now because you
I'm saying
seeing
even
what's.
the stories from we hear these stories, bro, like passed down, like that ain't nothing, bro. Even going back to 1919 in Knoxville, Tennessee, that KKK shit wasn't nothing. It was nothing.
Hey, you from Tennessee, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
You from Tennessee, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so do you remember? Have you ever heard of the Tennessee Valley Authority?
Yeah, Tennessee Valley Authority. Yeah, TVA.
You know
They
that
created the
big
first
old lake
dam.
and reservoir. Yeah, you know the big old lake and reservoirs they got throughout Tennessee.
You talking about the one? Yeah, they got a lot of them, but the biggest one is the one you talking about in Lenore City or Loudoun County Dam, which is the first TVA invention of creation by TVA. And that's by the way, that's funny you brought that up because that was the predecessor in the moment that created the institute that we call Smithsonian. So when TVA started excavating that indigenous area to create those dams, they found artifacts and things of that nature. And the place that they gave it to was this nonprofit organization that became one of the biggest global museums that we talked about today, which is the Smithsonian Institute. That was built off the back of TVA in the ancestors artifacts.
Did you do you know what's really going on, bro?
Talk to me.
The TVA, the area that used to be black farmland.
Yeah, nigga Jack Lake is right there. Tellico
Right.
Village.
There used to be dozens of black towns.
Yeah, I remember my granddaddy and them talking about their granddaddy going out to Loudoun and fishing right there in them areas before they started building up there.
But you brought up something that I didn't know a lot of people knew about. You know about those archaeological digs they had down there in Tennessee.
Oh yeah. Did tons of live stream lectures on it, man. Like I said, that's how the Smithsonian was created off of those finds.
Did you know that a lot of archaeological treasures are buried underneath lakes, man-made lakes made by the federal government, so that we don't know our true past?
Yeah, we done did bills on all that. We done did bills on all that.
We done did. Listen, we done broke that down probably like 8 years ago. Like we break about all these, like Lake Michigan, Lake Lanier. There's tons of them in the Carolinas. Hell, used to have
Stone Age that was found in Michigan, Lake Michigan.
But did you know? But did you know there was pyramids in Tennessee?
Yeah, we talked about that. We got bills on that.
That's my expertise right there, brother.
Okay. Well, yeah, all right.
Yeah, so
because that is what white supremacy has been doing.
Yeah.
They flooded the Nile Valley so that we could know our true history. The Valley of the Kings in Egypt was flooded and said it was for the good of civilization, which it was not.
We did a whole build on that back in 2017, 2018. It's on my channel.
I think it did like 60,000 views too.
You go on my channel and look. This is what I'm trying to say. Like, and I'm not saying anytime anybody come into the information is great, but I'm just saying like what nobody talking about a lot of this shit that we was talking about. We was well ahead of our time.
Yeah, especially when we first started talking about it, there was absolutely no one touching those angles of information.
Okay.
But yeah, no, you absolutely spot on though with your own individual research, brother. You right there with it, so, which led.
Nah, here's my point. I ain't trying to take nothing away from you what you saying, brother. Because listen, whatever stage you learn that, but when we was talking about this shit, people was trying to critique us or criticize us for talking about this shit when this wasn't even the only lane that we was talking about. We was talking about most.
I remember precisely telling people, listen, you'll thank me later. I'm about 5 years ahead of the curve. Okay?
We'll be on the side.
Can I ask you brothers a question? I mean, it's kind of personal. How spiritual are you?
I'm praised. I pray every morning. I don't pray to Jesus or none of that.
So guess what? You in tune with the universe because God created the universe, right?
That's a fact.
So the truth is universal. The truth is out there, and for some reason in our subconscious, the truth comes to us and reveals itself to us. And what they say, seek and you shall find, right?
That's right.
And some in the back of your mind say, I'm curious. Let me look this up and see why did this pop up in my mind?
Yeah, but that's
for me to find out that
truth. Look, the ancestors downloaded to you, and then you can start getting downloads. You can start thinking about stuff, and that's the edge because you're already on the frequency. Once you start learning this information, you're on that frequency, and then you'll wake up. You'll be like, "Yo, how the fuck? What made me think about this?"
Hey, listen, it go deep, man. It's something that I've always been talking about for years that I call cellular information, where you tap into your cells. Each cell holds billions of tidbits of information. You have trillions of cells inside of your body, and those cells are not only in your body, but they have been passed down from generation to generation throughout your lineage. So you have cells in your body that literally came back from some of your oldest ancestors in your lineage. Your first ancestor ever recorded, going back millions or hundreds of thousands of years ago, passed these cells down that you could tap into that information. It's called cellular information.
Exactly. But see, you have to understand the Aboriginal or the ancient people knew this.
But see, listen, we built shit way better than pyramids, brother. We built castles, something that we call cathedrals, huge mansions, shit that they use for Capitol buildings. Like, that's why I brought up the image of Montezuma earlier, because this image of Montezuma in 1519 depicts this city. And if you look behind him, you see huge, marvelous buildings. That's his city. When you go and look up the image of Montezuma and when he met Cortez, he came to his city. Those are his buildings that you see in the background of this image. You understand what I'm saying? So we built marvelous shit that is being reused and repurposed today. So those same buildings that you see then are now being called universities at a college. Now it's the court building. You know what I'm saying? It's the Mason's Cathedral.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
And some of them are prisons. Some of them, they made some like Alcatraz.
Yeah, some of them are
Alcatraz was a port.
Some of them was asylum. Some of them was prisons and so forth.
We're always state prison. Even some of the buildings that's upstate New York, like Attica, some of them old buildings was different forts that we had. Like I said, Royal State Prison.
Okay, so
go ahead.
So when I asked about you guys being spiritual, this is something. Now, this is my own belief. I believe the reason why we have so much crime and so much violence in those cities is because those cities are built on ancient burial grounds.
Yeah,
and the ancestors ain't happy about it.
No, that's a fact. When you look at images of Montezuma, right, and you look at images of him, and you see those buildings, and then you see those same buildings being mimicked in our local areas, man, and like in some of the rules. Like, look at this building right here, A1. You know where this at? This is in upstate New York, fam. This shit was built in the early 1800s. Nobody even lived in upstate New York. Who the fuck built it? No, the indigenous peoples had already built this shit, bro. Long before Europeans got here. They founded these buildings, not developed and created and constructed them. Found it. You feel me?
Okay, I can see that.
And so that's what we break down. When you go and look at the areas and the people that's tied to them areas, like the mound builders, see, that's the dumbed down version. That's like the most rudimentary version. Call them mound builders, because those mound builders built those same buildings that we see. It's documented. They built civic centers and cathedrals, ballrooms, apartment complexes that could sleep up to 900 people, 900 families, I think it said. Ranging from all over the United States, from the Southwest to the Northeast and everywhere in between. So, like 100%. I said, they're lying about our accomplishments and who we are. See, once you scratch a lie, you catch a thief.
Yeah, because see, they know that us, the people here of America, the Aboriginals of America, okay, the black people of America, let's just say it like that. They know that we amass hordes and hordes of resources. That's why they always looking for El Diablo. You know where that's at, right? That's the city of gold, right? Have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah, El Dorado. Yeah. There's a Rothschild that actually went missing on explore trips looking for El Dorado.
Exactly. So they know somewhere here in the United States is the real kingdom that they're looking for.
Right. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The whole entire United States is. You see what I'm saying? This is the real gold. This is the country. This the country of gold, the nation of gold. Everybody wore gold. Everybody had that shit. That shit was nothing. That's why it's embedded into our shit like that. You see brothers in the South going back to the late 1800s with gold just in their mouth.
Yep, that's right.
My great grandmama, Maddie Waters, had gold in her mouth.
Yep, that's right.
That's culture.
See, there's something about gold and silver that has some connection with God, a higher power. You see where I'm coming from?
Yep.
And, you know, a lot of stuff that they say was myths and all that stuff, really, that stuff is based on science. You see what I'm saying? We don't know it at the time until we're educated. But you see, what's happened is because we have so much knowledge that has been suppressed. Because every time a black inventor makes something that can progress, that could make the world a better place, they have to check it and then they have to capitalize it on it first before.
Now, you're absolutely right about that. But that's why I say you just can't do the research. You got to put on 3 different hats when looking at the true history. You got to be an investigator. You got to be an investigator journalist, also being a researcher and being skeptical as well. You must remain skeptical. So that's why I consider myself the hood journalist, because I am an investigator journalist. And in order to find this information that they have hidden deliberately and try to cover up, I got to do my proper due diligence. You got to be in your investigator bag. See, this is like America is like a crime scene. Shout out to my brother nonetheless. America is like a crime scene. And us as the historic and us as researchers are just investigators. You understand me? And we can't throw away none of the evidence that we find, because it leads to a proper and the full picture of what really happened here. You feel me?
So, you know, my first statement when I first talked to you and introduced myself, I told you I was worried about these upcoming elections. What do you think the outcome gonna be?
I don't know. I think he was pretty spot on, but I think there is some corruption always going on. Right now, this is the time for us to really start organizing and focus and funneling our voice for the right message, which I believe ultimately, in order for us to do anything proper in America, we got to have economic footing. And once we get economic footing, it gives us the option and the possibility to get political footing. So I believe that the first thing should be on the tables is restitution and reparations. I think we all should be on the board for that.
Well, see, I think Donald Trump opened up a can of worms when he showed how easy it was to bring up funding to give for reparations.
Yeah.
You know, the Democrats made it seem like it was a damn impossible, and Donald Trump did it with the click of his finger.
Yeah,
so,
he showed that it's all a scam. It's all a facade.
Exactly. So now Democrats got egg on their face, and we have to be a damn fool if we ain't gonna put pressure on their ass to say, how come you motherfuckers couldn't do this? Because
we don't even want to ask no more, because we know that they can do it. Now it's either you're gonna cut the check or you not. We're not entertaining these fake propositions. Either you're gonna cut the check or not, man. Let's get everybody to hit that like button, share the live stream, hashtag cut the motherfucking check, man.
Hey P, hold on right quick. Hey, what's your name again?
Dorsey.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. You know what I'm saying? You not like the older people your age, you know what I'm saying? You more in tune, you know what I'm saying? And you willing to give knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You're not trying to hide nothing, you're not trying to sugarcoat nothing. I appreciate you, man.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate y'all because, like I said, we didn't have these huge economical obstacles in our way that you guys do. You know, because of the system, they have went ahead and they poisoned the well. You know, and I'm not putting it down on our sisters, but our sisters don't even have the common sense to go ahead and unite with us as far as this cause, because they want to bring other people into the wagon.
Well, I think a lot of our sisters are on the board as of recent times. Maybe not so much in the decades prior, but as of right now, I believe they're on point. There's a lot of powerful sisters.
Yeah, it's a lot of them. It's a lot of
Speaking
them.
towards this as well, standing on American business and trying to allocate for this. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's because they lost those corporate and them government jobs. Before, you know, when they had to be humbled because they said we don't need a man, we got it going on ourselves. And then when their source of income got cut off, they realized you can't do it by yourself. Can't nobody do it by themselves.
Yeah, they fed into that fake feminist movement that they disguised under that black girl power shit. And that fell short, obviously real flat. You see what I'm saying? The same ones that were screaming, we don't need a man, literally was saying, hey, men, please come back. You see? So it's okay. Sometimes we got to step away and things happen to understand our worth. But at the end of the day, it ain't about one or the other. It's about the in sync with both. It's called duality. Men and women need each other properly, as what we seen when they are properly in good standing and operating arms and hand, side by side. We see something absolutely strange with the economic understanding. You understand?
But you know who started that, right?
Talk to me.
The Democrats. Okay, I'm gonna show you 3 phases that they did. When they went ahead and opened up HUD, they said that black women with children could have domiciles, but the man could not be, but the man had to also register for the domicile. The woman convinced the man not to sign up because they felt that if he signed up, it was less likely of them having a chance to be rewarded with an apartment. Do you follow me?
Well, I think the system even allocated for that. Like, you ain't even eligible for the welfare program unless you're a single mom almost. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of them were faking the funk, and a lot of them get regulated studies and stop bys where the welfare office stop by and they check and see if another man is living there. So it was all these other obstacles that gave the illusion that the man wasn't around. But systematically, that may be true at some point in time, that a lot of men may not be in the household with the family. But that doesn't negate that black men aren't in their children's lives. They may not be in the same household, but as far as being in their lives, black men are probably the.
But see, you got to understand.
Go ahead.
But you got to understand, imagery is everything.
That's very true.
If it don't look like daddy home, then daddy ain't home.
Right. And that's why you get this fake illusion and settlement from a lot of foreigners that say, "Oh, you niggas, your daddy left and never came back. He deadbeat daddies, and you did grew up with no father." You know, all these conversations, but in reality, a lot of niggas did grow up with their fathers in their life.
Exactly, but you got to understand.
The illusion is that the father's not in the household, so they jump to the conclusion that he's not around.
The Tethers. All the immigrants, whatever, they get their information from the government, and they think government is the daddy, that their word is 100. You see what I'm saying? So when the government, through their agents who said, well, we went through households, through the census, well, the man was not in the household. On paper, it looks like that, but the reality is the man is in the household. He just either went to the store or he hid in the closet. Just depends on the circumstances.
Right. They had to put all his clothes and shoes in the back seat of the car and in the trunk. Yeah, that little shit. going on. So,
Right.
So yeah, like I said, it does give the illusion to an outsider that your father's not even around. He's not even in the household, according to statistics. But in reality, black men are in their father's life more than
And
any
you
other
know,
ethnic group.
and you know how white folks come being intrusive and shit. They ask the kid, and the mom done already prepped the kids. If they ask you any questions, just say you don't know, right?
That's why you was all told. That's why most of us was told as a kid before you went to school. If they ask you something, you don't tell them shit.
Exactly. So when the white social worker or whatever she was,
guidance
where's your
counselor, they
daddy?
called them or something like that.
Yeah, where's your daddy? The child would say, I don't know.
And that would
Because
get wrote
mom
down
told
and
him.
documented. That would get wrote down and stored as a document statistic.
Right.
Yeah, all right. That's what I'm saying.
But it's not the reality. It's not the reality.
Right. Right.
So when these tethers come in and they get their little information, you know, because they get their little indoctrination through the United States government. This is what it is to be a citizen.
Let's be clear, all that females' rights and equality shit, that was nothing that black Americans, women never really spoke about. That wasn't even an issue in the dynamic struggles within our own compound. The black woman had just as much power as the black man naturally in any household when they're operating in the same household. This is a known fact. So that woman equality comes from this fucking lesbian feminist movement that started in France.
Oh yeah, but you got to understand when the lawyers are liars, okay? When the woman starts seeing that, hey, after a couple decades of being with this dude, I can tap out and get half his stuff, right? Because, you know, everybody always say we were together just because of the kids, right? Let's get married because of the kids. And once he had that economic ties with her, she then saw herself on the same level as that white woman. As a feminist, what's in it for me? Then on top of that, when they did that, then Bill Clinton, now look at it. We went Republican where they was tearing us down through the drugs and the breaking up of crack. Then they brought on Bill Clinton, who told black women, don't worry about it. We'll babysit your kids and you go get a federal job. If you be on that federal job long enough, we'll help you get your own house through Fannie Mae. That was the 90s. Do you remember that?
They still got those programs through HUD where you get, if you get in those programs, you can get you a house built from the ground up and all this low interest rate to pay off on it and all this other shit.
Single moms, right?
Yeah, single moms. They still got those programs today with other rental companies as well. Well, it ain't the same thing, but it's the same thing. They, instead of them paying it halfway off, they just give you like a $20,000 or $40,000 loan towards it. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be honest with you. I was involved with a woman. She had 3 kids. I came from California and went down to Florida, just doing my thing down in Florida. Right. I met up with a woman. She had 3 kids. She was paying for $900 a month to rent a 3-bedroom house, which is cheap as far as I was concerned, being from California.
Fuck yeah, that's super cheap for real.
Right. So we got to talking, and she had a good job. I asked her, how come you ain't apply for some of these programs to help you out and get yourself in a house? Because then your mortgage would be cheaper. She said, well, I'm not sure. Now, I'm going to tell you this. She was a white woman, and she didn't know about these damn programs.
Well, let's be clear. A lot of the welfare recipients are white people. They are the majority of the people that's on these welfare recipients.
Exactly.
Number one.
Say what, brothers? My bad, Mouse.
I said they number one.
Yeah, they're
They
number one.
one.
Hispanics and then us. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. But
Yeah,
because she was under
but the
the
illusion. Then again, we gotta talk about this illusion.
right,
It's
she was
how it's
under the
portrayed.
illusion.
It's portrayed that we're the face and the poster child for welfare recipients.
Exactly. So then I told her, I said, check into it. 3 months later, we sitting in a brand new 3-bedroom house. $607 a month is the mortgage, insurance included.
Yeah, that's a good mortgage right there. But the interest rate gonna be high though, right?
No, we got in 2016, just before Trump came into office. So we were still riding off the Obama administration policies.
Okay.
So
Trump trying to lower it down though now though, right? You heard about that?
now
right?
that he done messed it up.
Yeah, he said he trying to lower that shit down to, I forget what he said, but I think. Like,
but what happened is, because I kept for me, I'm from California. So here in California, we try to know about everything that's
you ain't
free.
from Mississippi?
I am from Mississippi, but I moved to California.
Where you grew up and raised that later in your life. Okay. I see what you said.
Let's say it like this. I was raised in Mississippi, right?
But grew up.
But I grew up in California.
Okay. Respect.
And dealing with women, paying bills, yada, yada, yada. You see
what
where I'm
part
coming
of
from?
Cali? Just so I'm clear. I'm just curious.
I used to live in Inglewood, then I moved to LA, then I moved to the San Fernando Valley.
Okay, Inglewood.
Yeah.
Inglewood.
So that's when Inglewood was active. I'm talking about the 80s. I'm talking about the snowfall Inglewood.
Yeah. Inglewood Bloods and all that crazy shit.
Oh yeah, Pyrus, Rolling 60s, all that. Yeah. And a nigga had to ride the bus. So that made it even worse.
Did you ever gangbang while you was out there, or was you a little older when you went out there?
Nah. I knew gangbangers, and then I had this other partner. He was a stick-up kid. So he wasn't into banging. He was into robbing motherfuckers.
Oh, okay.
That was my boy Derek upstairs.
A lot of people are non-affiliates in Cali, even though a lot of people might think that everybody just gangbang because they have a long lineage of generation. Like there's people literally born in your same year that are gangbangers or original gangbangers. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, let me explain something to y'all about this thing. The hood is the neighborhood. It is not the projects. That meaning that the parents own the houses. You see where I'm coming from? The parent owned the houses. And the children who grew up in the neighborhood, they are not saying they spoiled, but they privileged. They privileged to have access to firearms. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Right.
Being from the South, we keep 3 or 4 pistols on us, right?
Oh yeah, I'm gun shorty. I love guns. I'm a heavy gun advocate for sure.
Right. In the South, you need a gun just for snakes. You need a pistol just to shoot the damn snake that done crawl under the house.
Or a little bobcat or a coyote or something like that. Yeah.
Right. To defend your house. So you invest in a firearm.
Well, black bear, your occasional black bear. You're right.
Right. Whatever come on your property that's uninvited, it got to go. Okay. So here in the LA, because a lot of people was from the South, a lot of people was like, hey, we cool with the firearm, but they were not irresponsible with the firearms. You know, a gun was for a grown man. It wasn't for no kid.
But in the South, kids had, young teenagers had guns.
Yeah, but I said kid.
Yeah, that's true. A kid.
Hey man, I seen 8-year-olds out there 3 o'clock in the morning slinging rocks, nigga.
Damn.
Yeah. Because the 8-year-old ain't gonna go to prison. He's only gonna get detained and the parents is gonna come pick him up. But that little dude that made $500 tonight.
Rolling it in the 80s. Yeah. I've definitely heard about those stories.
Okay.
It sound unfathomable, in today's time when you look at an 8-year-old today, right? And you be like, damn, could you imagine this 8-year-old doing it?
So in the same look, I'm telling you that, and I put it on everything I love. In the same neighborhood, whereas you got gang banging, and at that time, I guess it was Peace Stone Gangsters, Crips, and Bloods. It was in what's called the Jungle, right off of La Brea and Coliseum. When I'm sitting up here living among that, and I'm looking at all this dope dealing and everything, this money in the street, 2 blocks away, Venus and Serena are practicing to become tennis pros. I seen King Richard. That nigga did not want you nowhere near his daughters. You couldn't even watch them practice. That's how strict he was. So in the 80s, when I seen this coming up, I was like, damn, LA got it going on like that. Hey, man, I was getting jobs, no problem. My second job in LA, I was a dock boy. I didn't know shit about yachts. But they gave me the opportunity as a summer job to learn about them. See, that way LA used to be before the immigrants came into the country.
Right. Hold on one second. Hey, Black Dog Wolf, since you think we're up her line, hit the link. I'm gonna block your bitch ass from the chat because I think you in here trolling. But I'm gonna give you an opportunity to come talk and address, like a grown man, and tell us why you think we're lying. Okay, ain't nobody got to lie to you guys. You already been lied to by everybody else. Why would I want to do that? I'm here to tell you the truth, brother. You feel me, Milestones? Everybody else is lying to you. I'm trying to be the one to tell you the truth, brother. Damn.
Okay, so when we hear people tell these bald-faced lies and shit, especially the Tethers, right? We start asking questions, right? Because we want details, right? To see if it's a real story, right? So let me fill in the details. When I was 18 years old, I went down to Santa Monica City Hall. They told us, there's a youth job corps, just go around the corner and they will assign you to a job. And they would give you 2 bus tokens to go to the job and to go home. I went down, I interviewed at the City Admiralty Corps. That was a yacht club. I went and interviewed with Mr. Hansen, who was from Norway. He drove a 1979 Audi Sea Blue. See them details?
That's pretty descriptive right there.
You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Because he let me drive his car. Can you imagine a country bunkin coming to the city and got a job working at a yacht club and his boss is letting him drive his brand new Audi?
And you feel like George Jefferson, nigga, moving on.
And that is how we used to be treated in the early 80s before the crack shit hit.
Facts. Yeah, you could come stay the night at my house, cuz or found. You know what I mean? You can leave your doors open, but after the drugs hit and the heroin hit bad,
you couldn't do it no more.
Yeah, you couldn't. You just couldn't. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, you ever seen Good Times?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm talking about the older one when James was dead and Carl was gone, and it was just JJ, Michael, and Thelma, right? Remember when the white man went to Michael and told him that he wanted him to live with his white daughter in order to make him happy, to make her happy?
I don't remember that, but talk about it now. I'm pretty sure some people in the chat know exactly what you're talking about.
There were white people who wanted black people to be in their family just
That's
for
right.
the bloodline.
Man, if you go down south, you'll see some black people. You'll see some white people that sound and act just like black people. Oh, I'm talking about old black people, old white people, old 70s, 80s, 90s.
You know why? You know why?
Talk to me.
Because they have black grandchildren.
I've been
And
saying
what
that.
happens?
And some of them even got black grandparents. That's what
Exactly.
they ain't gonna tell you too. You feel what I'm saying? So it's deeper than what you've seen. Like you brought up Eisenhower, black grandparent. Hoover, who created the FBI, black grandparent. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. So understand this. Those people, I'm talking about them old white people. Those people were bitter, lonely, had hate in their damn heart, right?
Yeah. I mean,
And
look,
they used
could you imagine seeing a nigga flying through in that brand new Model T, pulling up to his brand new antebellum style house with the wraparound porch that was screen thin, with the nice flowers and the grand piano, huh?
Right. But check this out. This the shit that's the psyop, right? Look, he could be bitter on the edge of being, but as soon as his daughter have that black baby and he see that black baby, his damn heart melts because he feeds off that black joy coming off that energy, coming off that baby, and that shit gives him hope. He's a changed man.
Yeah, he know that he can invest into him and hopefully hit the riches. Because the Negro
exactly, he's gonna be a football player.
Right. He might be a golfer. He might be anything. He might create the next pack.
He might be Obama. You see what I'm going on?
Yeah.
He put
Hey,
hope.
listen. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. We've been cooking for a good little minute. We're still 5 short from hitting the goal today on supporters. Let's get at least 5 more supporters to support the channel, man. We are in here barbecuing. We've been in here for over 4 hours. I normally don't do these long lives like this, but to be honest, it's a refreshing to have a nice build like this. Ain't that right, Milestone Thought? And I appreciate you for being a part of it.
That's right.
Hey man, this is like a barbershop conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And that's something that indigenous peoples created too that people don't talk about. We had barbershops in Cahokia going back 2,000 years ago. Believe it or not. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. You see what I'm saying? And so when you look at the history of barbershops in general, they almost served as your emergency rooms. They did small surgeries, tooth extractions, and things of that nature, all inside of the barbershop.
Exactly. So we've always been advanced. We are an advanced culture. Whatever is introduced into our culture, we kind of like the Borg, right? You ever watch Star Trek?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Resistance is futile. You gonna get assimilated, baby. I don't give a fuck if you Chinese. I don't give a fuck if you African. I don't give a fuck if you Australian. I don't care if you Canadian. I don't care if you European. You gonna jump on this FBA train. You gonna like jazz. You gonna like soul music. Huh?
What's crazy is the same influence and cultural leverage that we have now is the same leverage that we had 4,000, 3,000, 2,000 years ago on the world. That's a whole nother deal I get into. I get into that on another note and prove it scientifically.
Okay, so now that we have an understanding, that I'm not some crazy old black man who come with these crazy thoughts and so forth. Let me explain you what my belief is, okay?
Okay.
And my belief,
I like people's beliefs sometimes when you see a lot of people put their beliefs off as if they facts. I like when someone openly say, listen, this is my belief. You know what I'm saying? I respect that, and I
Right.
like to hear people's belief. Absolutely, let's hear it.
Right. This is my relationship with my God. You see where I'm coming from? So when I read that Bible, the first thing I asked was God to give me insight, meaning being able to understand. I have read the Bible 17 times from page 1 to page 989 or 1647, depending on which one Bible I'm reading, because there's a Catholic Bible and then there's the King James, right? So when I first started reading that Bible, when I came across the Bible, the one I read in 1974, it said that Cain went into a hole in the earth to hide himself from God. Okay? I don't even see it no more. That little detail is left out of the new editions of the Bible. Now, something that people, and this is just my beliefs, this ain't got nothing to do with nobody else, the host of the show, this is my beliefs. Cain was marked by God. He was given a mark for his blasphemy, for killing his brother. Do you know what that mark was?
Tell me.
Blonde hair, blue eyes, and white skin. God stripped him of his melanin like an albino.
And that's and when you use science to try to back it, most animals that predominantly grow up in a cave and that is absent of light are usually pale and blonde with blue eyes.
Exactly. So when God stripped him of his melanin, Cain could not deal with the harsh conditions that he had to deal with out there on the savannas and out there in the land of Canaan. So what he did was he hiked toward the mountains to seek out caves so that he could hide in the caves in the daytime, because he was getting hell of a sunburn. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from for sure.
He would rest at daytime, and he would be active at night. Ain't that how white folks is? Don't they do their dirt at night?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that meant that he became a nocturnal animal. You understand where I'm coming from? Creature. Right. Okay. So eventually he made himself up to the Caucasus Mountains. He went into them caves, and that's when he bumped into them people, them Neanderthals. But because Cain was of a superior knowledge and spirit, he easily defeated the chief of those troglodyte cavemen. He then mated with all those cave women and produced a new generation of human that were going to be light skinned.
That we call the white people.
You have to remember, what was Cain taught to do? Grow vegetables, right?
Right.
He knew about large scale agriculture. I'm not talking about 1 or 2 plants. I'm talking about he knew about orchards. He knew about wheat. He knew how to grow things. So what he did, he came out of the cave and he put those troglodytes and whatever they was called to work, made them build him a town, and he established the first agricultural farm, right? So if you really look at it, Cain was the first person to establish the plantation system. Talk that.
I mean, that's an interesting theory of yours, and belief, and sounds very compelling and interesting nonetheless.
Because look, I'm staying within the guidelines of what the Bible said.
Right. I'm with you. I'm walking with you.
Okay, so it said Cain and his wife and his child built a town. I can see building a house, but a man, woman, and child build a town. They don't need that. So who would build a town?
The
Okay.
motherfuckers.
So another something that I want to point out is that when Noah had his 3 sons, right?
Right.
Noah's sons went out and got 3 wives. None of their wives were their cousin, which was a tradition, or their sister. They got 3 independent women, one Asian, one Caucasian, and one from deep Africa. That is why we established with the 3 races of human. Hue meaning color, colors of mankind. When Adam and Eve was first created, mankind ruled the earth. They were kind of like a man, but they weren't. That was the caveman, the Java man, the Peking man, all of that. That's why Cain said, when they come across me, they gonna kill me. Because these people existed outside the garden. Man was created. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I hear you. I do. I'm walking with you. I have a totally different perspective on that whole Adam and Eve Noah situation.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
cool.
But I like your. I'm listening to your belief, though. It sounds
But when
interesting. Like I said.
but when man was pulled in the Garden of Eden, what resources was he placed them on? Gold and barium. Because remember, they said the Garden of Eden had gold and all kind of jewels and priceless. You see where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
So all those things was provided to man once he became fully educated, but his education was interrupted by Satan. So then he became a failed experiment. So he had to be placed outside the garden because now he was corruptible. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Now that is what I base my faith on.
Right, right.
Okay.
And I appreciate that. And man, that's actually peculiar, man. Interesting. But listen, I gotta get the hell up out of here.
No problem, man. It's nice talking to you. Like I say, my name is Brother Dorsey.
Man,
I'm out here in Los Angeles.
Subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification. And whenever I go live, brother, don't even hesitate. Pop up here and we can conversate anytime, brother.
Oh, well, I appreciate it, man.
And we cut out. You cut out, brother. You cut out. You cut out. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, brother.
You have a blessed day, bro.
Hey, repeat what you just said. You cut out. Repeat that.
Oh, I said I appreciate the knowledge that you gave me through the other brothers, because when he was talking about what was going on with the buildings up there in upstate New York, that the white man didn't build them, that the Aboriginal people built those buildings.
Right.
I can accept that. I can accept that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm glad that was something I was able to drop on you, and I appreciate you for bringing some of that wisdom too, because there was a perspective based off of the integrating system that I wasn't too familiar with, that ain't even really shedded light on, that you dropped for us, and that the brother Smoke also highlighted. So we appreciate that, brother, for sure.
I appreciate it too, brother. I appreciate it. Hey, I can't wait to see your next show. I'm waiting. All right, then. All right, have a blessed day.
Shout out to Brother Dorsey. Brother Milestone, you got something you want to say to the family before we roll up out of here?
Aboriginals, American Indians, we up.
That's a fact.
Peace out.
Brother Smoke, what's the deal? Shout out to Big Brother Smoke Signal.
Man, I had not at all, bro. But yeah. I'll holler at y'all niggas later. I'm out.
All right, I'll see you later on, though, man. Peace. We out of here. It's your brother Aboriginal Power, and we out of here. The ending is always better than the beginning. Peace.
24K. Big facts only. Oh, your bitch ass. Cry me a river so I can float the boat. I don't need a bridge, I need an open coast. But lose when I dock, I let the focus go. We made it here, ain't no need to rope a dope. Hater had to fight those years. Tears and all them lonely roses over now. Smiles the only faces that we stuck with. Living like a god, cause God said it give me comfort. Talking to the squad about building up our living structures to change the way the masses view the classes they all stuck in. Give courage to the families in the struggle. We was once them, above them, never. Better because them. Understand black elite forever. Gon' plug in. Absent and make it, concentrating on our funding. I'm sure that the end is always better than beginning. One step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon and we gon' run it to the ending. Yeah, the end is always better than beginning. One step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon and we gon' run it to the ending.
I just pray we never fall off. For this bag I can't call off. Tell me who to trust, cause it's demons on my call off. I just wanna live in abundance and be well off. Now chess pieces off of my board, cause they might tell off. Strategic moves, smell like success when I'm breezing through. We mapping moves, thinking about Jay, wish he was breathing too. Them oppositions along the road was always needed too. I had to look myself in the mirror, I've been defeated too, to see the vision, and I got clarity now. I was lost, but God, he hearing me now. Orchestrating all our steps, you hear that symphony sound. It's all specific, the mission, pray for my enemies now. The demons out, but all my angels around.
Always better than beginning.
And I'm
One
sure
step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon and we gon' run it to the ending. Yeah, the end is always better than beginning. One step at a time, we gon' build our whole vision. Money ain't the ceiling, we gon' take care of the children. Life's a marathon.
They made me read book. I could read a book so quick. Like I could read 1,000 books in the fucking week.
You could do that?
Yeah, because I was like trained to read.
Damn, and because of that, they put you in special ed?
Well, in special ed, they train you. It's